What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Hello. How is everybody? What are you up to? How's your day? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Catdad show. It's like our Friday. Do. Right? Today's Thursday, or is it Monday? You never know sometimes. What's up, everyone? How's it going? What up, gang? Cucks be cucking the stream. What are they doing? We got audio. Looks like it. I can change my size. DiGiorno in the oven. Oh shit, dude. It's on like Donkey Kong. It's freaking on. Alright, here we go. Gonna go feed the cats real quick. Here we freaking go.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth? Fuck the FBI, wizards of propaganda, and that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Ridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the loomy bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh, who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh?
Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day, before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust. You can call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 You is call me any name except Timmy McVeigh. Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch? Timmy McVeigh. Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch?
Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Stop saying that.
If I told you Timothy was Paul,
And you know what? That guy could look just like the OKC baller. What's his name? Timothy McVeigh?
It's not true.
All the ass is connected.
Paul
man.
is not Timothy. Stop saying that.
Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out broken up. Gang songs, Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out broken up. Gang songs. Hey Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody on some Here Comes Johnny. Never wake up from the coma, that's how they deal with the commies. Like casinos dealing guards, stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real, there was no stopping anarchy. Fucking arm and a leg, it'll only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for warning, we follow the storm like everything's normal. normal. Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force. That's getting used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars. They get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts blindly robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the apocalypse. How fair of them. Y'all figure skating during some pond hockey as its wearing pin. Preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her shit. But I guess it's anything to get Nancy to care again. Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma. It's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop. She went out blowing up gang songs. Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma. It's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop. She went out blowing up gang songs.
Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where's your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off her pension. Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Wystopal to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul. Start calling me Sid, please, I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Three's company too high, 5 grams, just vibes. Saw God in the wood, no lie. She sent us back to the tribe like, yo, Savannah Guthrie, what the fuck is you doing? After a 2-month vision quest, you still putting back into it? While we silly sibing vibing, you on TV fake lying and crying. But the truth gonna come out soon, and Hodo just can't save you. She did it with the FBI, bent over and spewed their lies. Twerked out and swallowed her pride for back shots of fame in her eyes. I mean, dude, do you really think the FBI couldn't find her fucking mom if they wanted to? I'm right? Like, come on, man. They're all in cahoots together. They're so fucking dumb. They think that we're never, ever gonna figure this out, but Savannah, we know, you know, we know. Good night.
Hey boys, this is a Mormon MLM. I would run away from this as fast as possible.
Kids today, they're tweeting and twitting, banging away on their Xbox 360, stuff I never heard of when I was a kid. Available.
Wrote the songs, dreaming big, woke up and deleted it. Make Paul shirts with Rip War, boner plead the fifth. It's all a joke, not even trying to be funny. Somebody get Paula CBD. Wrote the songs, dreaming big, woke up and deleted it. Make Paul shirts with Rip War, boner plead the fifth. It's all a joke, not even trying to be funny. Somebody get Paula CBD. Tell you how words work. Listen to birds, short for some mints, but with the dismal to my lungs, for some bourbon on my guts. Cannabis and caffeine keep me up, bro. Don't make the beat. Look at me with disgust. 3 blunts size of fucking tree trunks. Only free cause I'm whiter than the Jeep was. Learned Illuminati secrets. Use the Fibonacci sequence. Know I have my demons and the God that you believe in. Wrote the songs, dreaming big, woke up and deleted it. Make Paul shirts with Rip War, boner plead the fifth. It's all a joke, not even trying to be funny. Somebody get Paula CBD. Wrote the songs, dreaming big, woke up and deleted it. Make Paul shirts with Rip War, boner plead the fifth. It's all a joke, not even trying to be funny. Somebody get Paula CBD gum.
There's no
Bro,
signs of life
Kiddo
here,
was just
other
eating
than the fact
dinner
that Paul
next to
seems
his
a tad
brother
bit mad.
Squeaks.
But when your life is like a nightmare, it's probably like he's
What up,
having
what
a
up,
tag
what
team
up?
match with every bad dream had. I wanna be the reason Paul can't relax when he has a vacation. His job was to make sure the crack is cocaine. This rap base is always set up in the Trappist location. FBI vampires getting fiends, plasma donating.
Wrote the songs, dreaming big, woke up and deleted it. Make Paul shirts with Rip War, boner plead the fifth. It's all a joke, not even trying to be funny. Somebody get Paula CBD. Wrote the songs, dreaming big.
Yeah, Paul, you need to chill a little bit,
Make
bro.
Paul shirts with Rip War, boner plead the fifth. It's all a joke, not even trying
I
to
plead
be
the fifth.
funny. Somebody get Paula CBD gummy.
Whatever rituals your neighbor is doing to your wife is not my business.
Not my business.
Is not available.
Whatever rituals your neighbor is doing to your wife, not my business.
I just want to make it clear.
Talking Theodore?
No, this is Mike.
Who the fuck is Mike?
Dude, the greatest transition of all time. Alright, we'll listen to this later. Dang.
Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck?
Don't worry, they're cucks. They're big old cucks. What's up, dudes? How's it going? How are we doing on this fateful Thursday? We need a DiGiorno sponsorship. For sure, dude. I hit a DiGiorno before bed last night. You smashed a frozen pizza too, Eternally Bumpin'? God damn, boys. A$AP Rock's got a good song about pigeons. I'll have to check that out. What's it called? Pigeons? Yeah, whatever rituals your neighbor's doing to your wife, not my problem. But what up, dudes? How's everyone doing? Hope swell. For sheep's sakes, I do no tweeting nor twitting. Paul's not going to be happy about that. Paul wants you to be tweeting and twitting. Banging away on your Xbox 360s, you know? Stuff I didn't have when I was a kid. Never even heard of it. Paul, put down the Rhino gas station pills. They're bad for your heart. Dude, how does he get up then? He's got to get up. Stone cold sober today, and I got mixed feelings about it. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Godspeed. I got mixed feelings about it. No, you're doing great. It's awesome. Sober's the way, right? For sure, dude. Ah! Being sober during the apocalypse. Yeah, I don't know. We should all start smoking cigarettes again, guys. Let's be like the, what were the people called? The leftovers who just stood around in white jumpsuits and smoked cigarettes? What were they called? Dude, that show was pretty awesome. I should rewatch that sometime. Pigeonometry? Alright, let's check that out.
I like drawing pigeons. People tend to feed them off a bit of me. The way it's rare to see them individually considered. There's always like a million eating cigarettes and ketchup. I take a lot of pictures. I've been cropping out the extras. I've been studying the independent measurements and metrics. The postures and the body types, the patterns on the feathers. Like some ritualistic tattoo dating back to their ancestors. While the babonet come dipped in precious amethyst and emeralds. It's a pity about the stigmas. How the cooties overshadow any beauty that enrich us. A white dove symbolizes peace and pacifism. A white dove is a pigeon. You motherfuckers is bigots, yo. 3 toes forward, 1 toe ain't. 1 a.m. sketch.
A white dove's a pigeon. Y'all are bigots. Is that what he said?
A white ancestors while the babonet come dipped in precious amethyst and emeralds. It's a pity about the stigmas. How the cooties overshadow any beauty that enrich us. A white dove symbolizes peace and pacifism. A white dove is a pigeon. You motherfuckers is bigots, yo.
You motherfuckers is bigots, yo. Bro, everyone is pigeon bigots. That's for sure. They are fucking pigeon bigots.
Little frame, plus I love your pretty orange eyes and dumb little brain. I'll add an nimbus to atone for how we sullied the name. Bone wallet, coffee keys later. I'm headed for the beyond. I'ma need a ceasefire.
Pigeon army, pigeon army, pigeon army.
Lighter keys, coffee wallet, phone. The whole street is lava.
We're building a pigeon army. Yeah, fuck yeah. Building Pigeon Army, boys. Alright, that song ruled. Wait, there's 3 minutes long? We only listened to one verse?
I like drawing pigeons. People tend to feed them or forbid them. Either way, it's rare to see them individually considered. There's always like a million eating cigarettes and ketchup. I take a lot of pictures. I've been cropping out the extras. I've been studying the independent measurements and metrics. The postures and the body types, the patterns on the feathers, like some ritualistic tattoo dating back to their ancestors. While the bib and neck come dipped in precious amethyst and emeralds. It's a pity about the stigmas. How the cooties overshadow any beauty that enrich us. A white dove symbolizes peace and pacifism. A white dove is a pigeon. You motherfuckers is bigots. 3 toes forward.
A white dove is a pigeon. You motherfuckers is bigots. That shit's so funny.
On tone 8, 1 a.m. sketch your muscles on a plump little frame. Plus I love your pretty orange eyes and dumb little brain. I'll add an nimbus to a tone for how we sullied the name.
This song goes hard as fuck for pigeons, dude.
Bone wallet, coffee keys later. I'm headed for the beyond. I'ma need a ceasefire. Lighter keys, coffee wallet, bone. The whole street is lava. The beyond is not a go. I seen this one Da Vinci exhibit in which they reconstructed dozens of machines he invented from diagrams in his codex open and beautifully scanned. Marvels of engineering broke up by Vitruvian man.
Bro, yes, we gotta do polynometry. Dude, we do have to do a full-on, like, history of Timothy Paul. The polynometry would be such a good one. That would be such a good title for it. Ha! Yeah, we gotta... I love that Paul is just an endless... Like, dude, we can get blood from that stone forever, bro.
Margin exploding with
the Paul stone gives fresh blood.
Annotation backwards, tell me who is this man? I bet his brain projected images of orbiting equations that would later become warships or attempts at aviation or some irrigation system steering water different places. He can picture and commit to paper from a grip of angles. Honestly, it's pretty overwhelming. Contraption after contraption that had us holy helling. Later in the afterglow, grab a tablet, have a go. I might invent some vehicle, a diving suit, or catapulter. Fast forward to the morning, I had caught 1,000 tags and drew a half a pigeon poorly. Oh well.
Pauluminati.
Phone wallet, coffee keys lighter. I'm headed for the beyond. I'ma need a ceasefire.
Next account I lose, I'll have to make a new one. Pauluminati.
Lighter keys, coffee wallet, bone. The whole street is lava. The beyond is not a go.
Yeah, Aesop Rock's awesome. He's like Michael Jordan.
I told my homie I had drew some pigeons and was feeling like it could be the root of future submissions. It'd be cool to draw 1,000 and lay out a book of sketches. He said, how many you got? I said like 6 or 7. What? He said 1,000 is a lot. I said that's why it's gotta be an actual 1,000 on the dot. I hit him with that 1,000 to make up for what they not. Once you mix that many bodies, it becomes about the flock.
He only drew 6 or 7 pigeons after this whole story.
He told me if you
I thought he was drawing pigeons like they were drawing dicks in Superbad, you know?
This occurs to manufacture. I took it as a challenge, but regretted it soon after. See, the point was always celebrate the individual vessel. That I pitched a package deal at all is pretty disrespectful. Plus 1,000 is a lot. Sometimes I get excited before really sizing up the job. I think I drew like one more on a red eye and a queens. I ain't even make a dozen. I've been eyeing other things.
Dude, so true. Yeah. Sometimes you get ahead of yourself a little bit, you know? Alright, Polynometry, the sequel's coming soon to a War Boner album near you. Oh, alright, that song was awesome. Yeah, dude, Aesop Rock rules. Oh my gosh, I love seeing a young Paul sometimes, you know? Really makes me smile. Oh, Eric Hunley's talking about Southern Poverty Law Center.
Although that would be kind of a point
This is
against my
live.
argument, because I do think Pierce was some kind of...
Ryan, hit him with a, what did you say to him before? I find it, what was the exact wording? It was so fucking good.
Another tangent, but like the Order, the bank robbery group in the 80s robbed...
I find your omission of Paul Wysopal to be suspect or something like that.
was never charged for it, which raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, Kelvin said that Robert Matthews was Dr. Pierce's hero.
Yeah.
That he really admired Robert Matthews because Robert Matthews took action versus talking about it. These are not great people. So it's really a hard
Who's this guy?
I don't love the feds, obviously, but I can't really say that I'm celebrating the people on the other side. So it's just it's like a roach hotel here. I mean, I don't know, SPLC, not great. The feds, not great. The people that are going up, not great. It's like, is there anybody, good in this mix?
No.
Yeah, well, the guy you interviewed, Danny Colson, I think the title of his book is No Heroes, which is definitely appropriate in this whole story. My concern is not, there's a lot of problems within the whole neo-Nazi far-right realm as it is, but certainly the last 5 years under the Biden administration and a little bit before that, it's spread to now where they're targeting people who I would consider more good guys, like the Whitmer guys were not Nazis or anything. They were just concerned about the COVID lockdown. And that's one.
Wait, the guys that were trying to kidnap Whitmer, the Michigan governor? Is that what they're talking about?
Concerns is a lot of these tactics that we're discussing are now being employed against just kind of more mainstream Americans.
Yeah, no, too wide of a net, if you will.
Yeah.
Sherry McMillan had a question here. I don't think Candace is involved. I'm not a fan of Candace Owens, but anyway, the question is, what about Candace? Seems funny that her and Fuentes left just before this came down. Now, I have said many, many negative things about Queen Candace, and I am not a fan of her in any way, shape, and form, but I will say that she would not exactly be the poster girl for a lot of the types that are involved. I'm sorry that there are many actual racists involved. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, I agree. And she was a part of the mainstream GOP apparatus for the vast majority of her career until like the last 2 years. So if anything, she's like a monster of the Republicans' own creations. I think Orrin McIntyre of The Blaze, he did a pretty good podcast on Candace where he's blaming Republicans for the monster they created. It's like you kind of try to prop her up just because of her identity, and now you pretty much given her an audience, and look, you pretty much reap what you sow.
Well, to be fair, she's been on both sides of it because she started out as a leftist activist too. So she's been on every end. If there's money and a cent, she's grifting to it.
Yeah, she's what I call a media entrepreneur, which she puts her finger up in the air, see which way the wind's blowing, and then she'll jump on that trend.
So anyway, but yeah, other people, but
Mushka's literally laying next to Kiddo they're laying in beds next to each other. Hold on, I'm gonna go take a video of this.
Like I said, many criticisms
tragedy
there.
Strikes.
Don't really think that Candace is tied in with SPLC or anything like that. She's just transactional, in my opinion. Let me see. 556 Pew Pew out of Norway said, question, why are there silence after Butler Penn? It seems odd from far away here in Norway. Are you talking about the Butler assassination attempt with Trump? I'm not sure. I'm going to answer or go with that assumption that it's silence about Thomas Crooks, which, yes, seems to, the investigation just vanished. It's like Ruth is the only one I've heard anything about. Crooks's dad. I don't know if he's ever even been interviewed. It just vapor. So I know you're deep into that. So tell us about that.
Yeah, that's that's the $1 million question. A lot of people think Trump is so quiet because he staged it. That's totally nonsense. I mean, the blood, the bullets, the bodies were all real. He didn't blade his own ear in front of 1,000 cameras that could have caught him doing that. He wasn't president at the time. Like the FBI would have thrown him in jail for staging his own thing. It's just absurd. Who knows? Maybe it was an MK Ultra thing, and they stumbled on a secret government program, and that's why they want to keep Trump quiet. Maybe it was a foreign government. Maybe his family's being threatened. You just got to be quiet for national security reasons. I mean, if it were he staged it, he would still be talking about it. That would be the whole reason he staged it. So very bizarre. He did mention it after this most recent.
That's not true. I feel like wasn't that like right before the election? Like that, I feel like it totally changed the trajectory a little bit. He always does this when he needs like a little 5% boost, you know? Yeah, MK Ultra is the FBI. These people trust the FBI, and it's fucking lame.
A trusty Secret Service sniper shot Crooks after 4.3 seconds, and he's referencing Secret Service sniper David King.
Hey, check this out.
Have these two kittens forgot that they're mortal enemies? Well, has Mushka forgotten that she doesn't like a kiddo boy? Look at that. Good job, Mushka. That's a good boo.
You can tell she's still kind of pissed.
Yeah, kiddo's not even... Well, he looks a little scared, but not too much. Okay. Yeah, why don't you turn your back to him a little bit? You don't have to look directly at him. Okay? Don't show that. All right. Good job, kiddo. What a brave boy. And, you know, if she fights...
I can't tell if Squeaks is in the mix now.
You just fight back. You punch her right in the noggin.
Look at him. He put his head down. He's like, fuck this bitch. I don't care anymore.
Hear that, Mushka? I give him permission to sock you in the mouth. Good job, kiddo boy.
Look at him. Dude, he lays there all the time now. He lets me pet him. He is loving out being free from under the couch. He comes to me now when I call him, pretty much. I'd say like 75% of the time now. He's being a good little boy. He's really learning how to, he's really taken to inside life. He says, man, this 2 fucking square meals, sometime, 2 square meals and a bunch of treats all day, I could get used to this. He digs it. But yeah, he's such a sweet little guy. He just looks at when I'm not petting him, he just lays his head upside down and looks at me up on the couch. Cuz this is the couch right here, so I'm usually like laying down right here, and he's just like head upside down looking at me. I love him. He's a good boy.
15 whole seconds. It was a local cop that shot Crooks first.
And
So
not to trash the Secret Service, but they literally couldn't have shot Crooks because there was a tree in the middle. I've been there. So
Yeah,
I don't know how he could have hit the guy. The angle looked like it was from the ground, like somebody with a pistol or another weapon.
It was a guy named Aaron Zalaponi of Butler ESU. It was Crooks shot the first 8 shots, and then Zalaponi from the ground did hit Crooks, at least hit his rifle and disabled him. And then 10 whole seconds later, you hear a final shot, and that came from a Secret Service sniper that did have advantage. He was on the south barn. So if you're looking at Trump, the barn over Trump's right shoulder was blocked by the trees.
Yes.
But the barn farther away over Trump's left shoulder.
Roy Shivers, he was rapping about 9/11. Dude, Roy Shivers is a sick name.
Still had a bit of a view, and that's where the final shot came from. Yeah, could talk about that all day, but I know that's not why we're here today.
No, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I'd love to put you with John Cullen for a nice conversation. Anyway, I'm not going to go there. I get frustrated about some of the conspiracy and what have you on that, because I think there was very possibly a conspiracy, but that would be more in the background. Like there were some curious things, like how did Thomas Crook get in a BlackRock commercial, as well as Roth also in a BlackRock commercial? That's some very peculiar things. So there are some peculiarities.
Do you think they just forget about this kind of shit? Like they forget that Matthew Crooks was in a BlackRock commercial, or like I bet it's more likely that they just keep using the same existing pool of these fucking family members, essentially, right? For everything. They're all the interns of everywhere. Some of them flunk out. They use them as domestic terrorists. Some of them succeed. They use them as politicians. Like, you know what I mean? That's why Erica was probably CIA in those CIA ads. Like, I don't know if Erica's like born and they're like, okay, her storyline of her life is that she wifes up this fucking podcaster, starts a Turning Point USA business. She murders her husband, takes it over, becomes president of the United States. You know, I feel like it's just kind of them clawing in a pit together, while also having handlers in the background. You know how, have you ever seen the show Unreal? Or do you know how reality TV show works? Like The Bachelorette and shit? Basically, it's like you have the team, you have the reality person, right? Who's on the show, and then they have a producer who's essentially their handler, right? Like, all these people probably just have producers / handlers who are helping spice the story up, you know, figuring out slots to fill them in. Like, oh, I've got my handlee, I can put him in this BlackRock commercial. And then later when they're like, oh, we need like a rogue kid who lives in Iowa who can be here in 45 minutes to fake shoot the president, they're like, oh, let me produce the shit out of this real quick. Oh, Thomas Matthew Crooks. I don't know.
That are going on, but I do think that Crooks was there by himself. I don't think there was anybody else, unless you're going to break news to me today. I think it was him on his own.
Everything is produced, bro. But yeah, did you guys ever watch that show Unreal? I loved that show. It was about producers making like a Bachelor style show. But yeah, like the producers that are handling the contestants, like the producers get a bump if their contestant wins, right? So like it's in their best interest to sabotage the show for their contestant / give their contestant a one-up, even though they're not supposed to. They're definitely doing it, right? I bet that's how this it's like the Effie Trinket, you know, Effie and Hey Mitch or whatever producing the shit out of their candidates. Feels like that. Yeah, Unreal is awesome. I don't think I finished the last season though. I should.
Oh, I agree with, yeah, he's the one that took all 8 shots, and then there were 2 shots from law enforcement.
And I will say Unreal is like a pretty good I mean, it's obviously super scandalized, but there's a whole bunch of shit about working in the film industry that it's very good at. Like people hiding and sleeping in trucks and stuff and hammocks and stuff. There's some good like inside baseball set stuff on there.
People have talked about the water tower. You've been there, so you know the water tower is very close. Anybody would have saw a sniper from the water tower, and also you'd be shooting straight down, so the trajectories don't match. So that whole thing is a pretty absurd. But yeah, you were like, how did Crooks learn how to build info bombs? Mm-hmm. You know, he was either in a chat room where somebody taught him that. Like he's not an autodidact. He's a smart kid, but I would imagine he was like in a chat room, probably inhabited by feds, and that's another reason why we haven't heard anything, because they would have to admit that Crooks was on their radar. Kind of like the OKC stuff. Maybe Crooks was in touch with an SPLC informant.
It's possible. I mean, it is entirely possible. And I kind of feel like...
Do you think the FBI... I mean, I feel like the Trump administration wouldn't be going after the Southern Poverty Law Center if they were doing bad shit, right? If they were, like, doing Nazi shit for them. And saying that they're doing Nazi shit is the most, like, Nazi... It's the most Nazi shit. Being like, oh, they're funding the Nazis. Like, bitch, you are the Nazis. What are you talking about? They're funding you, Trump? Unreal, I feel like was on a weird... Was it a scripted show on Bravo? It was on a weird channel. I feel like that scripted show isn't usually on. But it does make sense because it was about reality shows, I think.
There are a lot of parallels to...
No, Crooks is dead. He supposedly got shot on the roof, remember? He shot the president's ear, and then the Secret Service shot him, and he was up there laying on the roof, dead.
Tyler Robinson with Crooks.
Certainly both young, brilliant, engineer-minded type.
Dude, I don't think they are brilliant. Honestly, they don't look like they have, like, the brilliant genes. They look like they have the inbred genes. Like, I feel like they're shoving Legos up their nose, not really, like, counting toothpicks, you know?
Kids who were gamers. We know Crooks...
There it is again. It's all these little gamers, dude. Gamers? Of course Peter Thiel would target the gamers. Dude, this makes so much sense. It was on Lifetime? That makes even less sense, but also that makes it make more sense. Was it really Lifetime that Unreal was on? That's funny, dude.
Was in touch with a neo-Nazi whose handle was Willie Tepes. That came out in Tucker Carlson's documentary, and they're discussing terror tactics on a comment thread under a YouTube video. But this is all the way back in 2020, and then that's the only internet activity that we have of Crooks other than metadata. He goes dark from like 2020 to 2024 until he turns up on a rooftop. So we don't know what Crooks was doing for those 4 years online, as opposed to Tyler Robinson, who we do have his Discord chats. The ones that are published by the government, it's just like a friend group. It's not like Tyler Robinson was on these murky fringe neo-Nazi.
They're doing another Hunger Games that's about young Haymitch winning the Hunger Games. I watched that prequel one that was like Song of Blood and Snow or whatever. I don't know. Character motivations didn't make much sense to me. But President Snow is a fucking cock gobbler if I've ever seen one. His story's never going to make sense to me because he's a little bitch. I am a sucker for the Hunger Games, though. I will probably watch the Haymitch thing.
Chat groups. He was just, hanging out with his friends. I mean, he was into some weird, had some weird fetishes, it seems like, but it's a little bit different from, the kind of milieu of what we're talking about here, the actual Nazi accelerationist stuff.
No, I agree. And Robinson is a kind of a leftist angle versus the other.
It seems so.
Yeah.
Yeah, these gaper gamers like Nick Fuentes.
So anyway, but I guess we are sidetracking here, but let me see. Dim EO Crew 666 Guru. I don't know what that is, but anyway, question: will Mark Potok be indicted on any of these Fed money charges? He was a major cheerleader for his cause and organization. I don't know who that is. First off, Mark Potok.
He was the guy that actually ran.
Oh yeah, the Mr. Beast. I haven't gotten to that episode yet of Survivor. Dude, I started watching I'm halfway through the one with Zach Brown, and I am pissed, dude. They ruined how do you ruin the 50th season of Survivor? You literally don't do anything. You don't need fucking gimmicks. What's up with all these fucking gimmicks? The Billie Eilish boomerangs idol. The Zach Brown, let's go eat fish and rice while I play guitar vacation. What the fuck? Reward, I mean. Dude, he literally went to their island that they've been on for like 2 weeks, and he goes, hey, let's go spear fishing and eat rice and fish. Fucking idiot. And I'll play you guitar. Is Zach Brown the one that did the Las Vegas shooting, or is that a different fucking shit band? Was it Zach Brown band? No, I think it was someone else, right? Zach Brown had a huge demonic ritual at the Sphere in Las Vegas. And then I heard, dude, I don't even want to know. Like, I heard spoilers. I know that something awful happens with Jimmy Fallon, and I can't, dude. Is it Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel? Like, Jeff Probst needs to fucking hand over the reins. Someone's got to break that old man's hip, bro. He's been rapping this whole season? What the fuck is going on? Doing some real fucking real 80s rap, bro. Oh yeah, Jason Aldean was the shitty Las Vegas band. You're right. And then not even to mention yet that they brought back the auction finally, and it's with Mr. fucking Beast, dude. Like, dude, if they give over Survivor to Mr. Beast, I'll fucking kill myself. I'll do it. That'll be what it takes. If they give Mr. Beast Survivor to replace Jeff Probst, I will fucking kill myself. Joke. But seriously, don't do it. Don't fucking do it, dude. Jeff Probst was rapping, dude. It's so bad. He needs to go to jail. Jimmy Kimmler.
Like intelligence program. I don't know if he was back in the Morris D era. I don't know if he's still an employee with the SPLC, but yeah. So tying him to OKC, which we haven't really touched on yet, is the fact that after the bombing, there's these FBI records showing that the SPLC had at least one, possibly multiple.
Oh, and also in my book that I got, Aberration in the Heartland of the Real, I think that's where everyone who's been saying that Paul or Timothy worked for Calspan, she has tons and tons of articles about it. This book is fucking thick, dude. It's like 600 pages. And they're basically like all these little essays about all the different weird aspects of Timothy's life. But yeah, so after he flunked himself out of Army, he went and he worked in Buffalo, New York at it's called Buffalo 51 because it's like Area 51 but in New York. And it's where they had a bunch of fucking aerospace Nazi shit that they were developing and stuff. And Paul worked there as a guard for like 3 years or 2 years before he then went to Elohim City or whatever the fuck. But yeah, Calspan. And also it has connections with MK Ultra, all this shit. Dr. Jolly West was visiting Timothy. Like, shit's a mess. But yeah, I need to find the author, Wendy Paintings, and email her. Cause she might be willing to hear the Paul Wysopal shit. But yeah, that book's pretty good so far. She seems pretty smart, conspiratorial minded.
Informants providing information out of Elohim City, which I'm sure most of your listeners are well familiar with this by now.
Yeah, dude, Survivor is the best. I fucking love it. I mean, it's been, the last few seasons have been, I mean, there's something to like about most of them. But yeah, there's the like stretch from like season, what is it, 16 to like 32 or something is fucking pretty sick for the most part. There's some good seasons in the 40s too. They gotta fucking, like, the recent seasons, it's, you know, it's been on so long, they just keep bringing on people who are super fans, who are all like, I don't care if I get out, I've already accomplished my goal of being on my favorite TV show, and like, I don't know, there's like, there's, the risk taking is kind of gone. Dude, lawyers keep winning, like, they keep letting lawyers play the game. I want fucking truckers. I want normal people on the show. Said they got all these fucking cucks, dude. Yeah, Coach lives in my heart forever. There is, I mean, dude, it really sucks because I feel like all the players are good this season, even though I was kind of disappointed in most of the lineup, but there's a pretty decent lineup, but it's like they're taking away like a quarter of the show for these dumb gimmicks when they should be replacing it with everyone strategizing and fucking with each other. Instead, they've got like a 30-minute fucking extravaganza with Zach Brown. Anyway, don't get me started.
Yeah, so let's go right to it. Was there an SPLC informant at Elohim City?
Yeah, according to the FBI records, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The security job was cover for whatever he was actually doing on shift, like getting his infiltration education. Ryan, did you read Aberration in the Heartland of the Real?
Again, real quick, just for new viewers, the significance of Elohim City is that, A, we know Timothy McVeigh visited there, according to multiple sources, including the SPLC. B, there was an ATF informant named Carol Howe who had forewarned her handlers like months before the bombing that there were people in Elohim City casing federal buildings. So when you put those two facts together, it really seems like McVeigh was working with others out of Elohim City, at least partially, to plot his attack. And these people were never charged. And my contention is it's because there were informants involved and the government doesn't want to admit that. So the records we're talking about with the SPLC informants, though, came out, I'm not quite sure when, but the information is pretty interesting because apparently an SPLC informant told perhaps Potok, who then passed the information to the FBI, that McVeigh had called Elohim City on April 17th, 2 days before his attack. We already know of one other call he made to Elohim City on April 5th, which was actually right after he called a Ryder truck rental company, which is, you know, the back-to-back calls really makes you wonder. But then the SPLC also reports this other call he made on the 17th. Other than that, like, the memos are so heavily redacted that we don't know the full context of what was going on. I really don't know who the SPLC's informant or informants were. They were reporting on Andy Strassmeyer, who had dealings with McVeigh. It's very much a mystery. But then outside of these memos, we have interviews that Morris Dees gave with reporters in like 96, saying that we knew we had intelligence that McVeigh was visiting Elohim City. Fast forward another like 5 or 6 years, and all of a sudden they don't want to admit this. They're really downplaying anything that they had to do with Elohim City. And I think that's because at the time they were working hand in glove with the DOJ, and the DOJ probably told them, like, do not admit to this because we need to steer clear of Elohim City. Like, this is a huge liability for us.
Maybe this planet is just Epcot purgatory and we've already been through the worst of it, you know? Exit samsara. Epcot corporate purgatory planet. It's possible, dude. It's starting to feel like it.
Yeah, I'm going to be digging into Elohim City even more. I've talked about it, you know, some here and there. I've got a interview coming up very soon, kind of revisiting.
April's going to be scary. Aren't we in the last day of April? April been scary. Dude, May's going to be scary. June's going to be scary. July's going to be scary. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck them. They are going to be cucks, though.
Carol Howe, somebody's done some work on it out of Germany. Very interesting stuff. And specifically, he tweaked my interest because, well, it's talking about John Ronson. And John Ronson's always tickled my brain a little bit.
Mark Ronson?
There's just something about John Ronson that just feels off. Like he's in a lot of interesting places.
Bro, I can't take these people seriously when they're obsessed with Oklahoma City and they aren't obsessed with Paul Wysopal. How? Y'all gotta be clowning.
And has a lot of specific access all the time. And, you know, I'm going to borrow this subject a little bit to talk about it. Debutante, which he did, which is all about Carol Howe. That was the most recent thing. He also wrote a book called Them all the way back in the 90s. And coincidentally, like, you actually interviewed Andreas Strassmeyer. Well, one other guy who...
Earth is scary AF. Do not recommend. 0 stars.
Who interviewed Strassmeyer seems to just have him on speed dial is John Ronson.
Yeah.
He has no trouble getting a hold of John, getting hold of Strassmeyer at all. He can go to Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones. I mean, he's always sort of in the mix. So that will be coming up. But if you have any thoughts about John Ronson, Carol Howe, the Strassmeyer informants, because we know that Carol Howe is an ATF informant. I think that is conclusively proven in court documents and testimony and everything else. I think it's been...
Yeah, Carol Howe, Paul Wysopal. Rich, where's the bomb?
Proven that Peter Ney...
Steve, when are we going to plant the bomb? He asked the FBI. That's his full name.
Donna Langdon is...
Dude, World War III started with COVID, didn't it? COVID was the beginning of World War III. No, Jeffrey Epstein dying is the start of World War III. For sure. 100%. He died 3 months before COVID, bro. I mean, died, you know. That was the beginning. That was the Ferdinand, what is his name? Archduke Ferdinand? Franz Ferdinand? Yeah. That cuck? Jeffrey Epstein is the Franz Ferdinand of our time. Harambe! Yeah, what was that, 2016? Yeah, dude, you're so right. Harambe was it. World War III began with Harambe's fall. Ain't nobody dead except for fucking Harambe, dude. All the good ones go.
Service informant. And then, judging from Jesse Trentadue's documentation, there was a CIA tie-in, which could have been Strassmeyer, but I'm not really sure. But his inquiry got quashed by the CIA, which in a sense, when they quashed it, they kind of did the whole national security stamp on it, which is in a way, admitting, oh, yeah, we had something going on there too. SPLC had somebody there. Do you think Robert Millar could have been their informant? I don't know why. It just popped in my head that if they're paying off Imperial Dragons and going to the top, wouldn't that be a good potential person? Or
it certainly wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we know that he had a friendly relationship with
Israel is egg-shaped. That's true, dude.
The FBI. I don't know if he was ever like a registered confidential human source, but Danny Coulson writes in his book about how he would chat with Millar all the time.
Fuck, dude, I remember Coney 2012. He came to my college. And then wasn't he out in the street naked jerking off or something under the moonlight and got sent somewhere? What was up with that guy?
And I guess, you know, there's contrary opinions. Like some people thought that Millar was trying to play some sort of game where he's given them a little information to keep them away from Elohim City or to try to suss out what the feds might be doing. But then there's the fact that Millar, leading up to April 19th, 95, is basically saying, like, we got to arm ourselves. The end could be near. His sermons apparently take on a more apocalyptic tone. Inactive. I think he's had a little bit of a health problems.
Story in most local news networks, you know, a horrible house fire with somebody dying, of real notoriety. I mean, you know, Carol Howe, if she's revealed, her trial, I have her Diane Sawyer interview. We're talking about national publicity here in a small town, and nothing.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. And yeah, somebody needs to get to the bottom of it. Maybe that'll be my next project when this assassination plot book finally comes out.
Yes, well, I definitely, I hope you do that. And I want to follow up on it too. I think that one of the curious things, and I'll just throw it out there ahead of time, and Sven, who I'm interviewing, who he covered it too, it always troubled me why Ronson was interviewing a family member and talking about the coincidence of the name McVeigh being a bad thing, except Carol Howe always identified him as Tim Tuttle. So that's a tease for everybody. That
Tim
he
Tuttle
was always identified as Tim Tuttle by Carol Howe. She didn't seem to have any other knowledge of Timothy McVeigh other than Tim Tuttle.
Tim Tuttle.
She referred to him as that, to all statements, all witnesses, and everything, but somehow or another, the name McVeigh to her family, estranged family, came up.
Yeah, that's a good point for sure.
It's a very interesting slip. So let me see if we've got another super chat in here. Scott says the question is, what's the end game of this whole conspiracy? Which one? I mean, the SPLC, I think they got caught with their pants down. I don't think they expected any kind of charges. This was, weren't you shocked? I kind of was.
I was absolutely shocked. Yeah, I think they probably have been doing this for so long that maybe they got really sloppy with it. Well, like I said, they just,
to me, this just means that the SPLC was looking into shit that the FBI doesn't want people to be looking into.
Jumped the shark and they started attacking.
Coney was supposed to be a warlord in Africa, and Coney 2012 was a viral marketing thing to bring attention to it. Yeah, they were acting like it was like a campaign for Coney, but it was to bring attention to him. Yeah, dude, he was like going around. It was like such a weird, like, tech. It reminded me of, like, when Tom Cruise went out onto Oprah Winfrey's couch and was, like, dancing and jumping around on it about Scientology or Katie Holmes or whatever. It was kind of manic and wild, and everyone was always cheering and stuff. It was fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck was going on with that shit. I remember I went to they had like it wasn't an assembly because it was college, but like they had a big old meeting in one of the big ass auditoriums, and there was like 1,000 people there, and I went with some of my friends, and I was like, this is fucking weird, dude. That shit has to be some fucking psyop, right? It's just another way to put child trafficking on not the politicians in charge of everything, I think.
Backing a major.
They're like, here, you guys want to care about child trafficking? Here's a story in Central Africa that you'll be able to do nothing about.
Entire political party. And so, once Biden's DOJ gets overturned and there actually were some replacements, now they become in the eye of Sauron. So,
Oh, that's probably what it was. They wanted that Ugandan oil. Yeah, I'm sure it was just a psyop, right? To get everyone to be like, yeah, war against Coney. Go on, go kill his child soldiers and free them. Free them from our mortal peril with a fucking drone. Come on, Obama. Drone strike Coney's child army. Oh, they were pushing that hard too, because then at that same time, isn't that when what's that kick-ass movie with Idris Elba where he plays the warlord? That movie was kind of fucking tight. But that was at the same time, I think. They're really going hard with the child warlord or child army, like African sex slave child army shit. Oprah can kick fucking rocks, dude. I want her to kick boulders.
What goes around comes around.
All right. Somebody has a great question here. Is James Comey connected to OKC as a possible suspect seen by witnesses? I know that Mueller...
Everybody is like, oh, James Comey, he maybe he was part of Oklahoma City. Meanwhile, a literal FBI agent is the exact doppelganger of Timothy McVeigh. No one fucking cares.
Is associated, and Merrick Garland is associated with Oklahoma City, but I'm not sure.
Merrick Garland?
James Comey's like 6'7", so I think.
No, he would stand out.
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall. I think like he didn't have much experience with the FBI. I don't think he was anywhere connected to the bureau in the 90s. Comey is connected to 9/11. I think he was involved in Guantanamo Bay and all of that. No relationship to OKC.
Right, and let me see, did I miss anybody? I mean, well, Merrick Garland, Jamie Gorelick, I believe, is tied in with that mess. Obviously, Janet Reno, we're going Justice Department, but FBI-wise, it was Mueller. I think Olson, but he was sent, he was put on ice like the second he got involved. But,
I think Louis Freeh was director at the time. I don't know. Yeah. Mueller became director, like a week before 9/11, but maybe he was in the bureau in a lower capacity.
Yeah, I think he might have been a deputy director or somewhere in that mix, but I thought he did have ties to it, but I don't remember. Exactly. And I did interview Jim Casey, who was a special agent in charge of Tampa, and I think he was also in charge of Detroit, but he gave me a story about the Timothy McVeigh documents. He was in a whole, I don't know if you remember, but right before McVeigh was executed, they had to put a stay on his execution because they suddenly turned up with documents, which I've come to find out a lot of them had to do with Jesse Trentadue, who his name keeps coming up here because of his work with his brother Kenny Trentadue. But anyway, he talked about how they had to go through scramble with all the documents and things like that, but I'm not sure, as far as the rest of the Danny Denbaugh investigation level and others. But okay, so one thing I did note is this indictment really goes back to Charlottesville, it seems, and really nothing prior. And I feel like that's almost lined up with Morris Dees being kicked out of SPLC.
I was thinking it might have to do something with just statute of limitations, like how far back can you charge these cases? What I think it says
that's 9 years now. So.
2014
I mean, it's just
and 2023.
selective bullshit.
So
yeah, I feel like the statute's like 5 years. Because like the whole Comey.
All right, what's this video?
Agency's Bush-era torture program.
Volksgeist. We've watched this guy before, haven't we? How to Take Over the World. Let's see what this is about.
Yeah, to serve on February 28th.
Oh God, John Kiriakou.
2013, a former CIA spy named John Kiriakou arrived at the Loretto Federal Correction Center in Pennsylvania to serve a 3-year prison sentence for the crime of disclosing classified information.
Sure he
A
did.
retired CIA agent who blew the whistle on the agency's Bush-era torture program has been sentenced to 2.5 years in prison.
John Kiriakou was the first
And
official.
bro, for literally for flapping his jaws about this was the waterboarding shit, right? Is that what he supposedly told everyone? He got 2 years. Bro, they were literally trying to put fucking Chelsea Manning away for life. But also, Chelsea only got like 2 years too, so.
To go public about the government's use of waterboarding, first to ever be sent to jail for leaking classified secrets. We're going to talk to him.
The only problem is that the secret he had leaked was that the American government was running.
Yeah, the oil right now, the price is going up is fully just fucking artificial inflation. And they're totally gonna, dude, the price, it's gonna go up. It's never coming down. No prices are ever coming down ever again. Dude, literally my landlord, remember I said yesterday I emailed my landlord 2 days ago and was like, what the fuck is going on with the heat? They sent me a bill and it says it's a bill for $1,750 or something. So it still doesn't even make sense because my bill was like $342. Dude, wait, are they separating? Dude, I bet they're doing it like my whole thing is 5 units, even though it's like 2 buildings separated by a courtyard, but it's five units. What's like 340? Bro, it's not even that they're splitting it by. They're not splitting it between me and my downstairs neighbor. They're splitting it between all 5 units equally. Yeah, it was for $1,700. That's divided by 5. What the fuck? Dude, we gotta sue these motherfuckers. That's crazy. Like, dude, these other apartments are... They're all bigger than mine. Dude, the last, like, 3 months, the fucking gas bill has been, like, $350 motherfucking dollars. It's never been like this. Yeah, their lazy math's about to cost them. Bro, I gotta figure out how to find like a there's a renters union like resource that is around. I'm gonna hit them up. That's crazy, dude. I thought it was just them splitting mine and my downstairs neighbors. No, it's all 5 of our units. That's fucking nuts, bro. Heat should be fucking included. In Wisconsin, heat's always included. This is such fucking horse shit.
A program where they had subjected hundreds of suspected terrorists to some of the most horrifying torture that humanity is capable of. But the program was illegal. Torture was illegal. Kiriakou had revealed that the CIA was committing crimes against humanity at a mass scale, but they were sending him to prison for it. And the worst part was that out of everyone involved in the secret CIA torture program, all of the agents who waterboarded prisoners, kept them awake in darkness for days, the politicians who helped cover it up, Kiriakou would be not the first person to go to prison over these crimes, but the only person. Even worse than that was that Kiriakou himself, he had never tortured anybody. The CIA was founded in 1947.
And look, Kiriakou gets to be the fucking mouthpiece for the CIA now. Isn't that so funny?
for one
He's on every podcast and he's like, I'm former CIA. Okay, buddy.
simple reason. The United States had failed to detect the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in advance, which led to the death of thousands of people and the American entry into World War II. America needed a spy agency to figure out what our enemies were doing before they did it. Their mission statement today is the same as it was when they were founded almost 80 years ago. We are the nation's first line of defense. But also 80 years later, we now know that the word defense there is doing a lot of heavy lifting. We know now that the CIA has done just about everything in the world except act as America's first line of defense. From illegally spying on and experimenting on American citizens, to plotting to kill foreign leaders, attempting to develop mind control techniques, paying psychics to travel between dimensions, creating horrifying cyborg animals, trafficking drugs.
His CIA award for journalism. This is an awesome sweatshirt, bro. All your base are belong to us. Dude, I can't believe them. That's fucking crazy. How is that okay? Like, dude, I don't know what they've got their fucking heat set to. Like, at this point, it's like, I should just turn the heat up to like 95 degrees and be like, fuck it, I'm gonna be warm, and these bitches are gonna help, what's it called? When the government pays for shit? These motherfuckers. Ugh.
Torturing innocent people, manipulating public opinion through the media, and that's just what we know they did beyond any doubt. The theories go even deeper. But most of all is the fact that they've spent the last 80 years figuring out how to reshape the entire world in their own image without ever saying so out loud. Some stories from the CIA are bizarre, bordering on silly. Some of them are terrifying, but some of them show us exactly what it means.
Thank you. Yes, that's the word. I'm gonna make these bitches subsidize my heat. I'm gonna turn it up. I'm turning that shit up to 100 degrees. Hot yoga time. Yeah, exactly. It's hot yoga time in my apartment, bitch. Swear to God. I'm gonna turn it up to 105 and do Bikram in here. I'm not paying for it.
When people say that the American empire is, right now, operating with an agenda that goes...
Like, dude, that's really fucked up. I every winter, I don't crank the heat, right? My dad trained me. You get a blanket, you know? So I'm sitting here conserving the heat. Meanwhile, they're subsidizing me or making me subsidize them. I don't know what they're doing in that fucking front house. I can't be held liable for their actions. Do they accept Jizzcoin? They're about to fucking accept Jizzcoin, bro. I know where their office is. I ride past it every fucking time I go to yoga. I'm gonna hit them with eggs, bro. Every day. Every day, one egg to the window. Splat, splat, splat. It'll add up. Promise. Yeah, we should all sue the landlord together. I should get every fucking person the last 10 years who's been here and fucking sue them. That shit's insane.
Far deeper than any law, military, or president could ever control. What I want all of you to do with this information is decide for yourselves what this tells us about our country and what America even is. This is the true story of what America really means and who controls it. This is the CIA's greatest hits. Anyway, John Kiriakou. I kind of had a hard time spelling his name for the script, and you're gonna have to forgive the lack of visuals here. This guy is a spy, after all. There's literally only one photo of him from his childhood on the internet, and absolutely none from his early life in general. But Kiriakou is a pretty unusual guy. He's just this person where nothing about him is totally normal. His family...
What, is he Vietnamese? What the fuck?
He came from Greece, but he grew up in a tiny town in the middle of nowhere of Pennsylvania. His younger brother Emmanuel is actually an extremely successful music industry figure who's written and produced hit songs for Selena Gomez, Celine Dion, Whitney Houston, and Jason Derulo, among many others.
Bro, they're a perfect facsimile of exactly how these feds work. One brother's doing music, one's a fucking literal spy. One's Zoran Mamdani, one's fucking, like, an actor, one's a fucking politician.
And then when he was in college, Kiriakou worked as a high school teacher where one of his students was future Hollywood
Jared Leto?
would star Jared Leto. But anyway, in 1990, while a young John Kiriakou is studying international relations at Washington University, he gets recruited to join the CIA by one of his college professors. And that professor was, naturally, Gerald M. Post, a man who had already made an international name for himself by analyzing the psychological profiles of political leaders at the highest level during his 30-year career with the CIA.
I've just finished a project interviewing 35 terrorists. What is really quite striking is these are psychologically normal individuals.
And so after being brought into the agency, Kiriakou would first work as an analyst for Middle East geopolitics, before he was sent later to be stationed in Bahrain and Greece, where he would work as a full-on field officer, recruiting foreign agents, running counterterrorism operations, and fighting militia groups in the region. Then, after the 9/11 attacks, he was named Chief of Counterterrorist Operations in Pakistan. During this time, he would lead military raids on Al-Qaeda safe houses and ultimately played a key role in the capture of Abu Zubaydah, who was then believed to be Al-Qaeda's third highest ranking member and was even suspected to have been one of the minds behind the 9/11 attacks. John Kiriakou was exactly what we think of when we imagine a CIA agent, a spy embedded deep within foreign countries, carrying out deadly missions to enforce American dominance over geopolitical situations. Shortly after the capture of Abu Zubaydah, Kiriakou leaves the CIA forever.
Yeah, Bahrain doesn't seem like a real place. Is it even a real place? Is it just a fed land?
And for the next 8, almost 9 years, he holds a number of jobs. First working in the intelligence department at a major accounting firm, which is a thing that exists for some reason. I honestly can't really explain it to you. Then he becomes an advisor for Hollywood films because naturally, obviously, we need feds to do that. Then he becomes a consultant covering terrorism for TV news. And then after that, he goes back into the government to work in Senator John Kerry's Senate Foreign Relations Committee, focusing on international terrorism and piracy. Then he becomes the managing partner for a political risk analysis consulting firm, whatever that even is, and he's still on the news. Basically though, even after leaving the world of spying, Kiriakou was kind of still living as a spy, at least in the way that most people say, once you leave the CIA, you don't really leave. But then, in December of 2007, during a live TV interview on ABC News, Kiriakou would make a name for himself that will last for as long as United States history, because 4 days earlier, the New York Times had broken a story that the CIA secretly destroyed 92 videotapes from Abu Zubaydah's interrogation that showed him being tortured. But it would be during this TV interview that John Kiriakou would become the first CIA officer in history to come out and confirm that the agency had tortured prisoners.
Waterboarding was one of the techniques. Yes.
And was it used on Zubaydah?
It was.
And was it successful?
It was.
And he didn't just say that the CIA was torturing people. He called it a formal system and enhanced interrogation techniques.
Wasn't none of it successful? Didn't Zubaydah know nothing?
Program that was planned and approved even by the president himself.
We had these trained interrogators.
Yeah, Kiriakou? Kiriakouen?
Who were sent to his location to use the enhanced techniques as necessary to get him to open up and to report some threat information.
The next day, the CIA
Ex-fed my chapped ass. I love that phrase, my chapped ass.
filed a criminal complaint with the Department of Justice against John Kiriakou. Not because of torture, not because their agency had been running an illegal program that violated international law, but because Kiriakou had talked about it on television. It had long been suspected that the CIA...
This is F&G, bro. John Kiriakou, what a bitch. More like John false opposition much? Who
was waterboarding and torturing the prisoners. Anonymous reports and rumors had made it a central focus in the media for quite a while, but no one had ever admitted it outright. And of course, they couldn't actually...
Bahrain is better than Bah Snow. Amen, bro. Jared Leto owns Laurel Canyon now, too. This Jack K guy is a fed lizard plant. Yeah, dude, Jared Leto is definitely... Dude, there's no way that John Kiriakou did not fucking recruit Jared Leto. Bahrain's another American puppet state, essentially. Yeah, I think so.
Charged Kiriakou for what he had said on TV because confirming the existence of an abhorrent illegal torture program is protected by the law as whistleblowing, even though he was technically revealing classified information.
Yeah, but I still don't understand the Kiriakou psyop. Just to make the CIA seem less evil than it really is. It's the same thing as everything, dude. It's controlled disclosure, right? If you have a rogue person who's for real and is like, these people are they're doing literal human, like, experimentation. They're doing human torture. They're hanging people upside down by their toes. They're freezing them to death. They're literally shoving hummus up their ass. Like, you know, if someone who wasn't a trained fed and actually cared about this shit, they could really do some damage in changing hearts and minds, right? But instead, you've got this fucking lizard robot up here who's going, he's not even saying what's happening. He's just saying yes to questions being asked, right? Which totally neuters it all. They're like, are they using waterboarding to torture? He goes, yes. Tell us a story. Say something. Say something with a little fucking passion. Try and prove that you're actually doing this because you think it's wrong. But instead of you're doing this to be the disclosure that is within certain parameters, right? It's always like that, right? That's the best part is that it's like we don't even know what they're hiding, and that's the whole point. They've got people who know where the bodies are buried and where to avoid, how to avoid those bodies. So they're showing the fucking mutilated corpses that are already on the surface. Everyone knew that they were waterboarding people. There was rumors of that, right? And then they came out and they go, yup, you guys were right, waterboarding, and that was it, nothing more. We weren't raping them. We weren't fucking, doing all the weird shit that army boys do when they're alone in the desert. CIA boys do when they're alone in the desert. Fucking each other, doing whatever. Tucking their dicks between their legs, shoving them up their own asses or whatever the fuck. Dancing around like Buffalo Bill. And then torturing people. But yeah. I think that's how it is. It's always deception through omission, I think, is what the easiest thing is. And then, it's like the Kathy Sanders, and they'll hit on some real things, and then when you touch up on the things that you're not supposed to touch up on, when you brush up on Paul Weiss-Opel, they go, oh, I've never heard of that person, that can't be a thing. And then when you go, wait, but look at this picture of them, she goes, oh, this guy, I know him. Oh, yeah, his ears don't look similar. I saw Timothy McVeigh die. Here's my list of reasons why this can't be true. Like, that's what Kiriakou does. And then they fucking put him on Danny Jones' podcast alongside the other guy who says that he still works for the CIA. And now you've got two CIA feds going tete-a-tete when one's saying that they no longer are with the CIA going, oh, what the CIA's doing is bad. Like those coups we did back in the 70s, not talking about how everything they were doing back then is like 100 times worse and they're just doing it digitally now. That's my problem with like everyone glazing the strokes and shit over, John Casablanca's Jeffrey Epstein's best friend's son, posting fucking videos at Coachella, which obviously they got fucking approved by Coachella, of like, Allende and like all this shit from the 70s. It's like, dude, Everyone knows that stuff. What are they doing now? They won't touch that, though. At least now they're getting on the same page where at least the Strokes know that they got to say free Gaza and shit. But at the same time, it's like, bro, come on. Your dad was literally Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. It's time for you to buck up or shut up. Anyway. But yeah, I think it's mostly just, it's disclosure through safe channels. Yeah, disclosure's way worse torture, undisclosed genocides, illegal phosphorus bombs, trafficking kids, mobster affiliation, not the Kiriakou version of waterboarding is bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's way more than the waterboarding. This is what, yeah, right? This is how they always do it. I mean, dude, this is what, like, in that documentary, The False Prophet thing, the guy who was literally having, like, sex parties with these kids and their mothers and their fucking dads and all this crazy shit, bro. He basically told the documentary people that he is a pedophile, but he didn't say all of that stuff. He said, I gave my daughters to each of my follower men, and I sat in the corner and watched them. Like admitting the least of the things, right? Kind of to gauge how you think of it, see what you say. Also, I think to, yeah, do a little stress relieve some of the pressure. Let some of your secrets be known. And then you go, whew, got that off my chest, and then you feel better to continue doing all the other fucked up shit you are hiding. Yeah. Yeah, ew, brother, ew. Yeah, dude. That documentary is really fucked up, but it kind of, it shows you how all this shit works. These cults are just MK Ultraing people, you know? MK Ultra just learned how to change people's brains with cults, and then they used it. Or, you know, every type of brainwashing technique. Cults, drugs, subtle manipulation. That's what Rob Reiner did to his son that blickied him. He didn't blicky him, he knifed him. Honestly, dude, I do think, like, I don't know, I think a lot of this, like, I wouldn't be surprised for a second if Rob Reiner didn't abuse his son. I don't know, that kind of fucking, think about it, right? That's exactly what the Menendez brothers said. No one believed them at the time. They said that their dad was fucking raping them and pimping them out to fucking businessmen, right? And then they fucking stabbed him to death. And then they went out to a basketball game. That makes sense, dude. If you killed the guy who was raping you and he was your dad, I could totally see that. And yeah, the Rob Reiner son thing kind of is reminiscent. Yeah, exactly. Cults piss me off because they prey on extremely vulnerable people who don't have a village. Yeah, dude, I mean, the thing with that False Prophet documentary really, really, like, I mean, I knew that Mormon women especially were, like, very much victimized by it, and it's mostly, you know, like, they're born into this shit, but it really, like, you really feel for them. It's totally just, like, mind manipulation. Completely. They're taught from birth that their job, I mean, it's Handmaid's Tale. They're taught from birth that their job is to pump out babies and obey. And then you get a bunch of fucking deviant men who prey on that. And then they all know that they don't believe in any of the God shit. They just use that, right? They all know this. They're all fucking grifters.
The nature of the information made it legally allowed. But the CIA would spend the next 5 years investigating him anyway. Ultimately, they would arrest and charge Kiriakou in 2012, years later, for having violated the
Dude, that's That's true, right? Rob Reiner at the roast, people were they were joking that he lets his friends fuck his son. Much truth told in jest. Why even say that? What a weird thing to say unless there was rumors about it. Who would ever be like, who would ever assume or joke? Like, unless there were rumors about it, the joke wouldn't even make sense.
Espionage Act, a law that was originally designed to prosecute spies. They got him on the technicality that he had slipped up and mentioned the name of another officer to a reporter while speaking about the situation in private. Kiriakou was suddenly facing 45 years in prison. After receiving awards from the State Department, the Counterterrorism Service Medal, being the best CIA agent he possibly could, the agency was threatening to take away the rest of his life. With 5 young kids at home, he ultimately agreed to plead guilty to avoid a trial that could have taken him away from his children forever, and he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. And Kiriakou ended up again being the only person connected to the CIA's torture program who ever went to prison. The agents who waterboarded Abu Zubaydah 83 times were never charged. The people who authorized the program and destroyed the evidence were never charged. The aftermath of Kiriakou's case made one thing very clear, and that was that speaking out against the CIA is not safe. Because when Kiriakou was released from prison after 3 years, he only had more problems to deal with. The American government had taken away his pension before the legal battle that led to him being sentenced, leaving him financially destroyed.
Oh, I'm sure. That's why he's flying all over doing Danny Jones' podcast, fucking going to Austin, doing Joe Rogan's podcast. For sure, he's broke as fuck, but he's flying everywhere.
His wife, who herself was a CIA officer as well,
was
forced to resign the day after he was arrested. Their family ultimately ended up living on food stamps while they were unable to get hired for any job anywhere. And shortly after Kiriakou left prison, they were divorced.
Good.
If exposing a government carrying out crimes against humanity to the world can ruin your life, get you investigated for years, put you in prison, cost you millions in legal fees, and have your retirement and your family taken away, the likelihood of anyone else ever exposing secrets for the greater good of society again becomes nearly impossible. I think probably the most telling part of John Kiriakou's story is the timeline. The torture of political prisoners was sanctioned under President Bush, but the prosecution of Kiriakou himself occurred under President Obama.
What a cuck, dude. Obama's such a bitch. He always been a bitch, born a bitch, is a bitch, will always be a bitch, will die a bitch, will be a bitch in the grave, dude. Obama a bitch. Sorry.
Lines and across time.
I just blacked out.
The CIA agenda to hide his wrongdoing and punish those who spoke out against them continued unchanged. Plus, just a couple months after Kiriakou was released from prison, the officer who had personally, physically overseen the prison in Thailand where Abu Zubaydah and others were tortured was named as the newest director of the CIA by the Trump administration.
Oh, sorry, boo-boo. It's okay, boo-boo. You're okay. That's awesome, dude.
The New Yorker would later write, "The president's studied silence about torture accountability and his refusal to put uncomfortable facts about abusive interrogations before the public has colored the reaction of human rights activists to Kiriakou's prosecution. If John had tortured people, he would have been safer than if he blew the whistle," said Kathleen McClellan, one of his attorneys at the Government Accountability Project, which defends government employees who speak out against.
And that's the other thing too, right? You got someone who's real coming and exposing this shit. They're going, it was 6 guys. It was fucking dude, you know who was down there? You know who was down in fucking Guantanamo fucking covering up for this shit? Florida guy. What's his name? Who's the governor of Florida? Ron DeSantis, dude. Ron DeSantis was one of the lawyers there. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that so cool? Incredible.
It's fraud and abuse. John Kiriakou today is now very famous online. At first, he gained traction for the story of his imprisonment on major podcasts, but now more broadly, he's known for geopolitical commentary and entertaining stories from his life as a spy. Really, the guy is everywhere on social media, but that raises...
And the CIA has no control over social media, and this is not by choice. This is not by design.
a question, because there's a long-held idea that once you're a CIA spy, you're always a CIA spy. When we look at Kiriakou, even though he went to prison, even though his whistleblowing ruined his life, it kind of makes sense to see it as technically being controlled opposition.
Yo, if I saw Kiriakou on the street, I'd sack tap the living fuck out of his nuts, right? I'd be like, yo, John Kiriakou's, and then sack tap his ass.
The argument is simple. There is really no disagreeing with or criticizing the CIA. If you hear someone doing it, criticizing the CIA, the American empire, it's because they're doing it within the bounds of what the CIA allows.
Yeah.
I think a lot of what I'm even going to talk about in this video is only allowed to be discussed online or in public in general because we've been convinced to not take it seriously. But whether or not Kiriakou is a brave whistleblower who risked his life to tell the truth, or really just controlled opposition who represents a deeper level to the system than any of us can imagine, his story makes one thing pretty obvious. When it comes to the history of what the CIA can do to their own people, when it comes to the seemingly limitless depth of their power, Kiriakou really might as well be considered one of the lucky ones after all, because he's still alive to tell the tale. Other people throughout the history of the CIA have not been nearly as lucky. This next story is not for sensitive ears. In 1955, in a quiet neighborhood near San Francisco's shipyards and docks, a new brothel opened its doors. And to the local men who would be lured there from nearby bars to be drugged and experimented on, it probably looked totally normal at first. In reality, though, the madams at this brothel were—
Oh, I heard a good theory. Did you guys hear this? The blind items are saying that Ghislaine Maxwell's going to be released on Memorial Day weekend on Friday night really late. And dude, you know what? That sounds about right. When is Memorial Day? Is it the end of May or early May? I hope it's early, dude. I want this to happen soon. But the blind item says that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to be pardoned, and her plea or pardon or whatever is going to let her. They're going to pull her on Memorial Day, late Friday night, on a long weekend, on a 3-day weekend, which is how the Trump administration moves, and then she's going to flee the country. Yee! Congress is literally, they're like, well, here's the merits of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. They're down for it. It's happening, dude. Ghislaine Maxwell's getting out. May 22nd? Fuck, that's far away. Don't worry, it'll feel like a blink of an eye. Yeah, Friday news dump. Friday vacation 3-day weekend holiday news dump.
Paid CIA
just in time for getting drunk and falling off the boat.
operatives, and the bedrooms they brought their clients to were laboratories in disguise. This was called Operation Midnight Climax, a 10-year-long experiment where the CIA tried to harness psychedelic drugs as tools for manipulation and interrogation, with unsuspecting American civilians as their test subjects. And the man in charge was George Hunter White, a CIA spy who had previously built his reputation by bringing down Lucky Luciano, the biggest mobster in the world at the time. In private, though, White was known for drinking martinis by the pitcher and using whatever narcotics he would confiscate. He loved heroin and cocaine and LSD, and everyone around him knew it.
Dude, I'm telling you, every one of these CIA guys is just methed out. They're fucking drug-addled. Their brains fucked. They've been abused since being children. Their fucking mind is warped by capitalism, bro. Ted Kaczynski, our boy. We love Ted K.
Colleagues would describe his substance abuse as legendary, and the CIA's internal
legendary
personality tests had flagged him as being a sadist. What I'm saying is that this guy was pretty crazy. White's assignment with the CIA would be to set up a safe house, a front where the agency could test drugs on unsuspecting civilians. Because LSD at the time was a rather new discovery, and the CIA wanted to know if they could drug foreign spies to get them to spill secrets. They wanted to know how psychedelics could change someone's personality and behaviors, and if it could be harnessed as a psychological weapon for covert interrogations. And so White and his team rented this apartment, decorated it like a French brothel with suggestive paintings and big red curtains and velvet furniture. Basically, it was a comprehensive prostitution experience. But the real story is what they hid behind the walls. The building was full of two-way mirrors with recording equipment wired everywhere. And behind the rooms sat a small observation area where agents could sit and watch and take notes. They stocked each
And jerk off. You know they were jerking off the whole time.
room with a mini fridge full of martinis and a portable toilet so they could stay all night. The agency directed the women to target working class guys that no one would believe if they ever tried to tell someone what had happened. When the men arrived, the prostitutes would pour them drinks spiked with LSD, and the agents behind the mirror would watch as the drugs took hold, and the women probed them with questions to measure how their personalities and openness changed under the influence of psychedelics. And what they were doing supposedly was research, but as time went on, the operation started to look a lot less like science and a lot more like a government-funded voyeuristic freak show. Documents from the Midnight Climax files found that Officer White spent most nights during the experiments not recording data, not maintaining consistent doses, not building any kind of system, but instead he and his team would spend the entire night watching prostitutes having sex with drugged-out, illiterate dock workers while they drank martinis and did drugs behind two-way mirrors. Not only were they using random people off the street as lab rats, but the ultimate problem with Operation Midnight Climax is that there were no discoveries or research to report back about. They ran this program for 10 years, and after a decade of drugging random men against their will, they ended up finding no breakthroughs in the science of spying and interrogation. Instead, creating a long, nameless list of men who had been abused and played with and cast aside by the government that was supposed to protect them. Operation Midnight Climax eventually grew from the San Francisco apartment to even more safe houses in New York City and across California. And it was only shut down not out of a sense of duty to respect citizens' rights and privacy, but because the CIA Inspector General feared a catastrophic scandal if the public discovered that the CIA was testing drugs on private American citizens without their knowledge. As bad as this is, though, as much of a violation of privacy and liberty as this was, Operation Midnight Climax is just one tiny branch on a much larger tree, because it was only one of 150 total projects under the massive and illegal CIA Human Experimentation Program MK-Ultra that ran for decades during the 20th century. In the 1950s, American soldiers who had been taken prisoner during the Korean War began popping up on Chinese and North Korean radio and TV, praising communism and denouncing the United States, with some of them even proudly defecting to the other side. When 21 American soldiers refused to come home at all after the war was over, instead choosing to stay in China, where the North Korean prison camps had been stationed, a full-blown cultural panic began. Millions of Americans became convinced that the communist enemy had developed mind control technology. The idea of brainwashing, a long understood term in China, entered the English lexicon for the first time. The narrative of the Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah, I don't think Jeffrey Epstein even liked Ghislaine. I think Ghislaine was just an assignment, but she was smitten by him. But yeah, they're both definitely out, and maybe they're together, but probably not. That'd be too much. We haven't seen Palm Beach Pete with any ladies, so...
that people still reference today was based on this moment in American history. It was shouted on the radio and plastered on the front page of newspapers that communist armies in Asia had figured out how to control American soldiers' minds and turn them into helpless pawns. The American public was horrified.
Being captured by an enemy is a shocking experience for any soldier in any war. In Korea, this shock was made sharper because no one knew quite what to expect, except possibly the worst. Then there'd been talk of brainwashing. Wasn't brainwashing a big thing with the Chinese? Maybe they even used narcotics.
Gentlemen, we welcome you to the ranks of the People's Democracy. We are happy to have liberated you from the Wall Street warmongers who sent you here for their profit.
But it wasn't just a media frenzy or a conspiracy. Behind closed doors, the American government was seriously concerned that, as CIA Director Alan Dulles would begin describing it, communist nations had discovered how to wage brain warfare against American soldiers. In a pivotal speech he gave at a conference in Virginia, he would say something that in hindsight sounds like less of a concerned warning and more like a confession. The human mind is the most delicate of all instruments, so finely adjusted, so susceptible to the impact of outside influences that it is proving a malleable tool in the hands of sinister men. We in the West are somewhat handicapped in brain warfare because we have no human guinea pigs on which to try these extraordinary techniques. Just 3 days after that speech, the CIA silently authorized a new program called MK-Ultra. The story of what MK-Ultra actually became in reality, though, sounds more like a death cult than a government research program. I mean, they basically ran it like something out of a Jeffrey Epstein file. The CIA began by establishing proxy connections at more than...
Yeah, weird. It's almost... I wonder if Jeffrey Epstein is just like the 40 years in the future of the MK-Ultra, you know, extension. Oh, we got a best viewers in the house. Fucker.
80 universities, hospitals, pharmaceutical corporations, prisons, and mental institutions, presenting themselves not as the CIA, but as nonprofits and research groups, laundering money through all sorts of front organizations to get access to one very specific thing for one very specific purpose: people they could attempt to brainwash. The man behind it all was Sidney Gottlieb, a trained chemist from the Bronx with a devilish track record. On the outside, he was easy to see as an unintimidating man with a clubfoot and a stutter. But stories from the CIA describe him as the poisoner-in-chief and the black sorcerer. Apart from MK-Ultra, he spent years developing poison weapons for the CIA. Poison pills, poison...
Wait, Gottlieb is one of the guys who came over for Paperclip, right? I think so.
Cigars, poison wetsuits, sometimes intended for killing Fidel Castro, among other foreign leaders. And in 1953, he was put in charge of figuring out how to destroy, erase, and break down the human mind to put a new one in its place.
I guess he wasn't... Oh, Gottlieb is who hired the Nazis. But he was an American chemist born in the Bronx to Orthodox Jewish immigrants from Hungary parents. Interesting. But his research was a direct continuation of horrific Nazi medical experiments using drugs like mescaline and LSD, as well as torture and sensory deprivation, to try and wipe and reprogram the human mind.
MK-Ultra was like Operation Midnight Climax times a million. They chose test subjects purely on the basis of them being powerless to fight back. Prisoners were bribed with reduced sentences, while institutionalized mental patients often weren't told that they were being used as test subjects at all. Sometimes they would look for heroin addicts off the street and pay them for their participation with drugs. At the hospitals and institutions they set up in, many test subjects didn't get compensated at all. Meanwhile, the CIA began testing electroshock therapy, hypnosis, life-threatening sleep deprivation, forced isolation. It's easy to rattle off these conceptual ideas, but this was real. They were really doing this stuff to private American citizens who oftentimes, most of the time, almost always had no idea what was even happening to them until it was already far too late. Whitey Bulger, the infamous Boston mobster, ended up entering into the MK-Ultra program in exchange for a reduced sentence while he was in a federal prison in Georgia for hijacking a truck in the late 1950s. He would later report that he had been told it was a medical trial for finding a cure for schizophrenia, although once it began, in reality, he would be dosed with LSD forcibly every single day for a year. He would describe, many years later, that he ended up constantly hallucinating blood coming out of the walls of his cell. He saw other people turn to skeletons in front of him, and he felt that his mind had entered into the depths of insanity. He would write in his journals that he constantly heard voices that weren't there, and that while he knew he was in prison for committing a crime, they had committed a...
Dude, being dosed against your will for a year sounds like literal hell.
Greater crime against him. Many MK-Ultra test subjects were people who weren't even prisoners. They were just someone who went to the hospital for something minor and treatable. Let's say you showed up to the hospital for postpartum depression or anxiety. You could get sucked into MK-Ultra, and by the time you made it out,
why were they so obsessed with LSD from the jump? Like, it doesn't really seem like they had like the best results with it, right?
Might not be the same person anymore at all.
Or do you think the LSD is just like the cover for what they were actually doing?
This was particularly common at the CIA's covert research station at McGill University in Montreal, where many MKUltra test subjects reportedly suffered from retrograde amnesia and had to relearn who they were and how to function as a human being. Many subjects lost the ability to walk, feed themselves, or even their memories and knowledge of who they were. There were people who had to be re-toilet trained after MKUltra. One such individual who had been involved in the Montreal experiments, Jean Steele, was described by her family as never returning to be the same woman ever again, sitting all day in dark rooms, writing numbers on the walls, and in the words of her daughter, having had her soul taken away. In one experiment they hosted at an institution in Kentucky, a mental patient was administered LSD for 174 days straight. Other patients were put into weeks of drug-induced sleep, blasted with noise under their pillows for 20 hours a day, and hit with constant electroshocks. People were driven insane by their own government without knowing why. Another notable test subject was Theodore Kaczynski, later known as the Unabomber, who unknowingly participated in MKUltra affiliated tests while he was a student at Harvard in the early 1960s. The CIA's quest to find a drug, a technique, or a combination of both that could make a person do or reveal whatever you wanted, whether that person wanted to or not, it reached beyond humanity. It is literally like something out of a horror movie. It was torture. Eventually, they even began dosing their own officers. In November of 1953, a group of CIA and Army scientists, Sidney Gottlieb and his team among them, gathered for a work retreat at a cabin in rural Maryland. And after dinner, Gottlieb's deputy spiked a bottle of liquor with LSD and passed it around without telling anyone what was in it. One of the men that drank from that bottle was Frank Olson, a 43-year-old CIA officer and former Army biochemist. And unfortunately, the LSD did not sit well with Agent Olson. Over the following days, he became paranoid and agitated. He told his wife that he had made a terrible mistake and talked about leaving the CIA entirely. His behavior shifted to become depressive and anxious. Then, a week later, while he was on a work trip to New York City, Olson would plummet 10 floors down onto the sidewalk in front of his hotel at 2:30 in the morning and die before ambulances could arrive. The CIA announced that he had committed suicide and closed the case, but Olson's family, his sons who were 8 and 9 years old when he passed, they never believed that story. In 1994, his son Eric, who later became a clinical psychologist, had his father's body exhumed for a second autopsy, only for the forensic pathologist to find something that had never appeared in any previous medical report. There was, in fact, a large hematoma on Olson's skull, consistent with him having been hit hard in the head before he fell. Based on these findings, the New York District Attorney even reclassified the cause of Olson's death from suicide to unknown. And to this day, no one has ever been held accountable for Frank Olson's death.
CIA
even though,
did it.
In the end, it was all but confirmed that
Paul did it.
Sidney Gottlieb, while carrying out MKUltra, had gone so far in the CIA's obsession with drugs and mind control that he ended up killing his own men when dosing them with LSD went wrong. They tested and experimented on thousands of victims. They ruined thousands of innocent American lives with no oversight, in total secrecy, for 2 decades. And again, I feel like this just needs to be said. This is a true story. This is real. This actually happened. In the end, though, a lot of it would be almost entirely
I took a hero dose one time and got stuck in my floor for hours. Every time I'd go pee, I'd freak out and think the toilet wasn't really under me. It makes some people freak the fuck out. I knew a kid who broke into a stranger's house tripping heavy off the same acid I took, naked, eating out of their fridge. Thought it was his house. That's what I mean. Acid, I feel like, what results are they getting from it? Like, I feel like people mostly lose their minds. It's not like you're getting good information from people or really making them controllable. But maybe the whole thing is to, like, break reality, which is why they're, like, dosing people, like, for a year or whatever.
Erased from history. In 1973, after President Nixon's White House was revealed as having broken into the opposing party's political headquarters to steal records and plant recording devices, the subject of intelligence abuses, government overreach, and illegal spying became prevalent enough that congressional investigators started taking a closer look, really for the first time, at what the CIA was actually doing behind closed doors.
Mr. Dulles, would you approve Congressman Lindsay's suggestion of a watchdog congressional committee over the CIA? Well, I do not favor it, but I think that is a matter for the Congress and the President to decide primarily.
Promptly, Sidney Gottlieb, who had already retired sometime earlier, ended up returning to the CIA archives personally to shred and burn every record of MKUltra that he could find. Every record about MKUltra that ever existed was incinerated. Within a few years, though, journalists began catching wind that something was up. A project this big would be impossible to hide forever. In 1975, the New York Times published a front-page story covering illegal CIA domestic surveillance operations from the 1960s, and a political firestorm began. Within months, President Ford ordered sweeping investigations into the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, you name it, they wanted to uncover everything. Before long, they began discovering references to Frank Olson, the scientist who had fallen from his hotel window, and the mysterious codename MKUltra. President Ford meets with Olson's family, awards them a hefty payment for his death. He signs an executive order banning political assassinations. The public now knows that the CIA had undoubtedly done something that was probably terrible, but we really didn't have any idea what it was or why. A couple of years later, though, after a journalist files a Freedom of Information request to the CIA, it leads to him finding 20,000 pages of MKUltra financial records in the Budget and Fiscal Department of the CIA archives. After everything I've just told you, it turns out that the facts we do know about MKUltra, how it worked, what they did, what it was, it comes from the scraps of what they had forgotten to shred when they incinerated the entire history of the program. And so naturally, the firestorm erupts again. A collection of fractured yet shocking details become public. The universities, the prisons, the front org—
Dude, Mushka's being like good with... Mushka just got up and wasn't by Kiddo at all. And then she walked over next and went and laid back in that bed without hissing at him or being mean or putting her fur up on her back, getting a spiky back. She just laid down. So maybe she's done being a fucking coos. It only took her forever. Being rude to him all the time. I was worried that she's never going to stop, but they're laying next to each other. And dude, Kiddo is sprawled the fuck out. He's like... He doesn't care. Hell yeah. Smart boy. Good boy.
Organizations, the immense scale. Senator Ted Kennedy famously describes MKUltra as extensive testing and experimentation on unwitting citizens at all social levels. And all of this came from a tiny pile of half-finished documents that someone had forgotten to throw away. This was really not that long ago. To put it in, like, I don't know, pop culture terms, this was all happening just a couple years before Kanye West was born. This was happening when Joe Biden was already pushing 40 years old and was working as a full-time politician. This happened during the last president's living political career. What I'm trying to say is that—
Yeah, dude, Joe Biden was a politician at this time.
This was going on not in the distant past, but in our current living sphere of time and society. Before George White, the man who ran the San Francisco brothel during Midnight Climax, died in 1975 of liver cirrhosis, he sent a colleague a letter reflecting on his years in the agency. He said, "I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun, fun, fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, cheat, steal, rape, and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest?" Gottlieb himself was eventually called to testify before Congress.
Bro, these people are straight up psychos.
He claimed to remember very little about what MKUltra even was.
A few minutes of Trump's 60-minute interview just got leaked. Will you send the link in the in Twitch?
Even though he ran this program for almost 20 years. He nor anyone else who was involved with MKUltra were ever charged with any crime. Gottlieb eventually retired to a cabin in rural Virginia where he raised goats and practiced folk dancing. He died peacefully 30 years later. I think what's worst of all is that after all of this, after 2 decades of untold suffering, the CIA never found what they were looking for. There was no magic mind control technique. There was no drug that could reliably break someone down and rebuild them as something else. LSD just didn't work as a truth serum. It made people unpredictable, paranoid, and crazy. It ruined their lives. It broke their brains. The sensory deprivation—
Honestly, dude, that kind of makes sense why they flooded the hippie movement with it, right? I think it worked for that. I don't know if it worked for mind control necessarily, but they found out that it'll break your brain maybe if you fucking... eventually.
The electroshock, the prisoners and the hospital patients that suffered permanent damage, they didn't create subjects they could control. There was no brain warfare. They just destroyed people. But of course, this was far from the first or the last time that the American government would literally treat its own citizens like lab rats. As far back as the 1960s, even house cats were on the chopping block too. In the spring of 1967, in Washington, D.C., a cat wakes up on an operating table.
No, and the kitty was cross-eyed too. He's so cute.
Not from a medical...
And they put a freaking spy thing on the cat. Of course they had to do surgery to put a spy device inside of a cat, because a cat would never be a fucking spy otherwise. They would never be work for the CIA, work for the cops, a cat? No.
Operation, but from the final surgery in a 5-year CIA project to turn it into a walking spy device. A team of veterinary surgeons had stitched a microphone into its ear canal. A small radio transmitter was embedded at the base of its skull. They put a battery pack in its stomach and...
Yeah, dude, this is all fucking not right.
A thin antenna running down its spine to the tip of its tail, hidden beneath its fur. They had created a cyborg. The problem was that early CIA listening devices could capture sound, but they didn't have the tools to filter it. Bugged rooms...
The whole time, all you're hearing in a cat is... You're not catching... Like, what fucking dumbass thought of this? Cat killers...
would come back full of echo and background noise. It was just a total mess. And they were just kind of stuck until someone realized that you could plant a microphone inside an animal's ear and get a much better result thanks to their more powerful hearing. Plus, at the same time, officers on missions overseas in Russia would notice that at embassies in Moscow, cats would wander freely through restricted areas and nobody would pay attention to them. To 99% of people, cats were invisible and unremarkable. They also have exceptionally powerful hearing. In short, cats are the perfect spies. It would take 5 years to figure out how to embed the electronics inside a living animal without killing it or making it look
They did this shit for 5 years, killing cats?
like a man-made horror beyond comprehension. Even after they finally made it work though, the CIA would face yet another problem that was really the most difficult to solve of all. You just can't tell a cat what to do. At one point, to stop the cat from wandering off looking for food to eat, they gave it brain surgery to turn off its hunger impulses. And so after 5 years and countless operations, the agency decided the cat was ready for a field test. The plan was simple. Park an unmarked van near the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C., release the cat, let it wander across the street, and listen in.
Yeah, dude, I rebuke all cat abuse. Dude, the CIA, you're gonna be smited down by the cat god soon enough. This was a bad move. I would have never done this. Karmically, horrible choice.
The agents opened the door to their car and placed the cat on the street. It stepped off the curb and walked about 5 yards away, and then it taxied ran over. And while yes, the story of Project Acoustic Kitty shows a kind of silly side to the world of spying before the internet, before digital technology, what it really shows is also a picture of the CIA as wanting to control the world by any means necessary.
Yeah.
Stopping at literally nothing to further their own interests. But here's the thing, none of that was ever...
That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. These motherfuckers have no soul, bro. People want to play like they wouldn't fucking put thermite in the basement of the World Trade Center. People want to play like they wouldn't make the domestic terrorist who did Oklahoma City bombing the motherfucking FBI agent Paul Wysopal. Get the fuck out of here. Stop playing with me.
Supposed to be their job. Everything I've talked about in this video so far was basically a side project for the CIA. They were built to spy on foreign enemies. Spying on American citizens on American soil, as sickening as that might be, it was all in service of their real mission. Defend the country from foreign enemies.
No.
But it would be almost immediately that the horrors they would inflict
That's their fake mission. Their first mission is to control us at home domestically.
On their so-called foreign enemies would become impossible to defend as well. In 1954, the CIA would help overthrow the government of Guatemala. But their crime was not building nuclear weapons, planning terrorist attacks, or anything else that a normal person would ever assume. In reality, Guatemala had committed the unforgivable sin of threatening American banana profits.
Yeah.
The story begins during World War
We
II
love
when
nanners.
Guatemala held its first ever democratic.
Bro, these people overthrow governments for bananas, and y'all want to play like they wouldn't make Timothy McVeigh an FBI agent. Come on, bro. Wake up. Buffoonery. Clownery, dude. Yeah, Paul's getting maximum sentence for cat abuse. We're getting you, Paul. Not cool.
Election after decades of military dictatorships and internal struggle. And the people during this election would elect Juan Jose Arevalo, a philosophy professor who had previously been forced into exile for opposing the old regime. His government would introduce labor protections, better voting rights. Overall, they were trying to modernize.
Have you guys seen the video of a kid smashing his PS5 like as a punishment because his mom caught him torturing a cat? Well, what the fuck? I feel like that's a pretty I mean, that kid is... That's so fucked up, but I feel like then making a punishment destroying something that you love is an interesting choice, you know? Not that he didn't deserve it, I'm just saying. Is the apple falling far from the tree? Where do you learn this behavior? But no, I haven't seen that. I kind of don't want to. Yeah, we're not going to fall for a banana in my... I'm not going to fall for another banana in my tailpipe, Paul. I'm going to catch you before you get it stuffed up there.
The country, and a few years later, when Jacobo Arbenz succeeded him, he pushed even further. His plan was to supercharge progress, growth, and prosperity by giving away free land to the country's massive underclass of landless peasants, for lack of a better word. The only problem was that the land Arbenz wanted to redistribute was owned.
I want to overthrow the government, but I'll miss my free spins on FanDuel. Real, dude. No, we'll have FanDuel after. Apparently he slammed a kitten? What? Dude, who would ever hurt an animal? I don't get it. Like for fun? That's crazy.
By the United Fruit Company, an American banana corporation from New Orleans, Louisiana, that basically owned Guatemala at the time. I mean, not only did they own roughly 50% of all arable land in Guatemala and over 90% of the country's banana exports, but they even had the rights to Guatemala's only Atlantic-facing port, their entire railroad network, and their telegraph system. Basically, nothing could enter, leave, or be communicated across Guatemala without passing through something that the United Fruit Company
did they ruin
owned.
it?
Many Guatemalans at the time called the company El Pulpo, or the octopus, because of how its tentacles reached into every facet of the nation's operations. For a lot of people, they were considered a parasite on the country itself. But the worst part of it all was that even though they owned half the...
Even better, dude. Mushka was standing up with her fur all over, and she was looking at Kiddo all crazy, and it sounded like she fucking charged him. She likes to do bluff charges where she goes and tries to act all big and mean and fluff her tail up to look scary. And Kiddo's literally laying on his bed like this, not moving. He says, "I don't give a fuck, bitch. Bring it." So he stood his ground and she backed off. Best case scenario. Haha. Mushka's such a freaking bully, dude. But that's alright. She just got put in her place. Let's fucking go. Kiddo just found some balls. I appreciate that. I love that.
Country's farmland and all of these plantations, they actually weren't even using 85% of the land they owned, which prevented competition and kept prices high in one fell swoop. And so when President Arbenz announced that he was going to redistribute unused land...
Yeah, that's different though. I don't think that hunting and stuff is like, that's not torturing an animal, you know? like people who hurt like puppies and kittens and shit, or just like, I don't know. But no, like hunting for food and stuff that's different. Most people who hunt too use use tons of the animal and stuff. I do think that's way better than factory farms and shit. But yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who fucking... A kid who slams a kitten? That's different than hunting.
And compensate the owners based on the value they had declared on their tax returns, United Fruit panicked because United Fruit had been lying on their tax returns for years.
Trappers are definitely torturing. Oh, God.
Claiming that their unused land was worth almost nothing to avoid having to pay for it. And so now that the Guatemalan government was offering to buy that land at the exact value they had reported, they had a problem on their hands. Suddenly, the company wanted the full market value instead. Guatemala, of course, said no.
So United Fruit hired Edward Bernays, a renowned marketer known mainly for helping popularize cigarettes with women in the 1920s by branding them as symbols of feminism, to convince Americans that Guatemala had gone communist and needed to be stopped. And Bernays orchestrated a full-on propaganda campaign. He brought American journalists...
And never forget, Bernays is the fucking... His grandson runs Netflix now.
Journalists down to Guatemala on all expenses paid trips and fed them stories about the Soviets influencing the country to be anti-American. He planted articles in major newspapers describing Arbenz as a communist puppet, and by 1953, much of America believed that Guatemala was a Soviet satellite state sitting right at their doorstep. And the Eisenhower administration was more than ready to back this narrative. Not necessarily for the reason you might assume though, because Secretary of State John Foster Dulles had previously worked for the law firm that represented United Fruit. Meanwhile, his brother Alan Dulles, the director of the CIA, had also served on the UFC.
Or there's like that dude that was literally fucking like making compressor bombs with something and setting traps for possums of all things. Little fucking possums that have never hurt anything in the whole world, can't even get fucking rabies because they're so cute. And he was literally fucking setting traps for them to like blow them 100 feet in the air. Like, who does that shit? Just for fun too. It wasn't even for any reason. He was doing it to post on TikTok. How delusional too do you got to be to record that, edit it, upload it, and be like, yeah, most people want to see this? The fuck? Your brain's got to be fucked, dude.
UFC's board of trustees and was a major shareholder in the company. To top it off, Eisenhower's personal secretary was married to United Fruit's top public relations executive.
In other words, people in the White House were so heavily involved with United Fruit that they were willing to do whatever it took to keep their investment safe, even if that meant destroying the nation of Guatemala.
To make the idea of an American takeover of Guatemala believable, the CIA had American pilots fly P-47 Thunderbolts over Guatemala City, bombing fuel stations and military bases. They set up a fake radio station called the Voice of Liberation that broadcast fabricated reports of a massive rebel army closing in from every direction. CIA operatives personally visited Guatemalan military commanders, warning them that if they didn't stand down, the full weight of the United States military would be next. Then they went even further and recruited a disgruntled former Guatemalan military officer named Carlo Castillo Armas to lead a fake insurgency against the military. In reality, the invading force they were sending into the country was tiny, like fewer than 200 guys. But between the radio propaganda, the bombings, and the psychological warfare, the Guatemalan military panicked. Arbenz tried to arm civilians to resist, but the country's military officers pressured him to resign instead. They believed that fighting would be pointless, facing up against what they thought was an overwhelmingly large American force. Ultimately, 10 days later, President Arbenz resigned and ended up in hiding in the Guatemalan embassy in Mexico. The CIA sent a telegram back to Washington that simply read, "Success." Castillo Armas took power 10 days later, and the purge began immediately. Supporters of the Arbenz government were arrested by the thousands. Politicians, union leaders, and peasant organizers who had pushed for land distribution were all taken away. Within months, more than 9,000 Guatemalans had been detained. And then, people started disappearing.
No one knows exactly how many people were executed in the first few months, but conservative estimates
probably about 9,000.
Say hundreds. Other sources put the number closer to 5,000. Either way, Guatemala's brief experiment with democracy was over. Castillo Armas reversed all of Arbenz's reforms. He gave the land back to United Fruit and he banned opposition parties.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Guatemala had been turned back into a dictatorship with years of progress erased.
Let's fucking go.
So that one American
Hell yeah, nanners. That's literally why bananas cost like, they're cheap as fuck. Although I'm sure bananas now are gonna be like $100 each.
Company could protect their assets. Even today, many decades later, Guatemala is still considered highly underdeveloped when compared to nearby nations. But the story doesn't end there. After the coup, the CIA launched another project called Operation PB History. CIA officers searched through Arbenz's government archives looking for evidence that Guatemala really had been under Soviet influence. They found nothing. No Soviet funding, no Soviet weapons. President Arbenz wasn't even a communist. In reality, historians describe him as being inspired more than anything politically by American President FDR and having no ties to communism at all. But the CIA's plan still worked anyway. Castillo Armas was eventually assassinated by his own presidential guard just a couple of years later, which might make you think would help the country stabilize. But instead, Guatemala only descended further into chaos. The ensuing civil war was bloody, deadly, and disturbing. It lasted for more than 35 years. By the time it was over, more than 200,000 Guatemalans had been killed or disappeared. A United Nations Truth Commission later concluded that over 90% of the atrocities were committed by US-backed government forces.
Nice, dude.
Guatemala's history, present, and future had been completely derailed, and it all traced back to the 1954 coup. The CIA had overthrown a democracy, installed a dictatorship, and set the stage for 4 decades of violence as punishment for the country daring to write their own story and protect themselves. And ultimately, all of this showed the CIA that overthrowing foreign governments would be far easier and cheaper than negotiating with them. In 1953, the CIA would run almost the same exact playbook across the world in Iran. Back then, a single British company controlled virtually all of Iran's nearly endless oil fields. The Anglo-Persian Oil Company, which we know today by the name BP, had struck a deal in 1908 that gave them exclusive rights to drill all of the country's oil for 60 years. Iran, in exchange, would receive just 16% of the company's net profits. In reality, they were getting even less than that. The Anglo-Persian Oil Company cooked their books. They sold oil at a loss to the British government. Basically, they did just about everything they could to avoid paying Iran their fair share. Meanwhile, working conditions for Iranians in the oil fields were brutal. They were paid less than 50 cents per day, with no sick leave, no workers' rights, and they often lived in housing with no running water or electricity. Often, if injured, they would be left for dead while they pulled black gold out of the blazing hot desert ground to be sent off to power the bright lights and heavy machines of the rapidly industrializing world that left them behind. By 1950, the British company's profits from Iranian oil reached around $140 million every year. Iran, even after renegotiating, was receiving less than 20% of that. But enter Mohammad Mossadegh. Mossadegh was a career politician, a European-educated aristocrat, and he had been in the Iranian political scene for decades. He honestly wasn't a crazy revolutionary. In reality, he was a pretty old, stately guy, but he had a vision for the future. Mossadegh wanted to see Iran modernized. He wanted to lift up the country's overwhelmingly large underclass and bring his nation forward. The only problem was that Iran had no way to pay for this change without reclaiming the oil revenue they were missing out on. And so in 1951, after he was elected prime minister, he and the Iranian parliament voted overwhelmingly to nationalize the country's oil and take their natural resources back. But for the next 2 years, British leaders began attempting to overthrow Mossadegh by any means necessary. They would blockade Iranian ports, they would embargo Iranian oil companies, they even petitioned US President Harry Truman to join their efforts, although he refused and even at one point considered assisting Mossadegh's government in their quest for independence instead. But even though Iran's economy was starting to collapse, even though England was basically strangling the country, Mossadegh didn't bend. Sometime later though, when Dwight Eisenhower succeeded Truman, the British came back and appealed to the Americans again, this time emphasizing the threat of Iranian communism instead of just their desire to dominate the oil industry. They sent one of their top agents, Christopher Montague Woodhouse, to Washington to present the case for a coup. Woodhouse realized that the Americans would not swing into action simply to recover Britain's oil company, so he shrewdly came up with another argument. Not wishing to be accused of trying to use the Americans to pull British chestnuts out of the fire, he himself wrote later, "I decided to emphasize the communist threat to Iran rather than the need to recover control of the oil industry." The Dulles brothers, the head of the CIA and Department of State at the time, who had also overseen the Guatemala invasion, leapt at that argument, just as Woodhouse knew they would. The pitch worked perfectly. The Eisenhower White House immediately authorized a joint CIA and MI6 operation to get rid of Mossadegh forever. And so they handed...
We don't need this alternate angle, bro. Just do the straight-on one, please.
Kermit Roosevelt Jr., CIA officer and president...
I mean, this motherfucker's literal name was Kermit, bro. Look at that soft-jawed motherfucker. Yeah, he was Teddy's fucking grandson or something.
Teddy Roosevelt's grandson, several $1 million and told him to use it in any way that would bring about the fall of Mossadegh. First, the CIA...
These boys are obsessed, bro.
And MI6 visited newspaper editors with suitcases full of cash, offering to pay them to run fabricated stories painting Mossadegh as power-hungry and secretly in league with communists. Then they hired men off the streets, from slums or even local gangsters, to stage violent street demonstrations that could be blamed on Mossadegh supporters. They were told to identify themselves as communists and vandalize shops, loot markets, and tear down statues. They manufactured a revolution, creating the illusion that the country was tearing itself apart and that it was all Mossadegh's fault.
Dude, I love this sweatshirt. I gotta get this CIA award for journalism.
The plan all hinged on one thing, that the Shah, the king of Iran, would see all of this and decide to use his power to dismiss Mossadegh. After enough pressure and chaos, he did. By the time his messenger arrived to dismiss the prime minister, though, it was too late. Mossadegh had caught on to the plan and arrested the messenger. The coup had failed. The CIA was exposed. The streets of Tehran erupted with crowds chanting "Yankees go home." Iran was saved, and the CIA had been outsmarted. Any and all CIA operators involved were ordered to leave the country by their bosses in Washington. Believing the coup had been defeated, Mossadegh banned all public demonstrations and told his supporters to go home, trying to restore order and thinking it was safe. But this was actually a big mistake. All he had really done was clear the streets for the CIA to try again, because Kermit Roosevelt had refused to give up. Just a few days later, he printed more fake news articles in the papers, created a new army of fake protesters, and marched into Tehran to overthrow the government again. In the end, hundreds of people died and Mossadegh's home was stormed with tanks and soldiers.
Bro, this literally a little bit sounds like the 30,000 people that got gunned down in the streets or whatever, but really it was closer, it was a couple hundred or something, I forget. But that whole little uprising where they were shooting a bunch of Iranian police, remember the protesters that Trump cared about? That was all CIA and Mossad fucking spies starting that shit, literally just like this. They're just redoing history.
He
But it
ultimately
failed big
surrendered,
time.
and after a prison sentence spent in solitary confinement, spent the rest of his life under house arrest in a tiny desert village, while other members of his staff were executed by firing squad. On the day Mossadegh was convicted, he was reported to have sarcastically said, "The verdict of this court has increased my historical glories. I am extremely grateful that you convicted me. Truly, tonight, the Iranian nation understands the meaning of constitutionalism." This also, again, is not a conspiracy. Since 2013, the US government has formally acknowledged their responsibility for the Iranian coup, with the CIA being quoted as saying that the coup was carried out under CIA direction and that it was an act of US foreign policy, conceived and approved at the highest levels of government. One American diplomat would later say, "The removal of Mossadegh was a tragic mistake. We caused, in effect, the Khamenei Revolution by doing that." Because it wasn't just that they overthrew a leader who was trying to make his country better.
Then they put in a big fucking loser, the Shah.
The Shah that they left behind to rule as king, he controlled Iran with an iron fist for 25 more years. He killed thousands.
And now his cuck son, I believe, is the one that they're trying to install again.
Of people.
Reze Pavlova or whatever the fuck.
disappeared even more, and ultimately turned Iran into a puppet state for Western powers, of course handing over control of Iran's oil back to Western companies in the process. When he was overthrown during the incredibly violent Iranian Revolution in the 1970s, the radical theocratic group that replaced him and rules to this day was seen by many as a long-tail result of CIA intervention in Iranian politics and economics. And it all started not because Iran was an enemy of the United States, not because they were under Soviet influence and aligning themselves with America's rivals, but because they wanted to build their own future and remove the United Kingdom's parasitic influence from their economy. For almost a century now, this is how the American empire has grown. Not through violent invasions and outright domination, but if a foreign sovereign nation challenged American economic interests or influence, they would be quick.
Maybe we'll just fly over there and we'll arrest the president. Maybe we'll just go to Venezuela and steal the president and bring him to Brooklyn.
Quickly destroyed from within. In Chile in the early 1970s, President Salvador Allende came to power on a promise to nationalize the country's abundant natural resources and put billions of dollars towards improving living conditions within the country.
Did he succeed? I bet he did a good job. He uplifted all of his citizens, right?
Problem was that those resources he wanted to take advantage of, copper mines and more, were presently controlled by American corporations. In return, President Richard Nixon ordered the CIA to make their economy scream. 3 years later, a military coup backed and paid for by the CIA installed Augusto Pinochet as president. His regime would kill more than 3,000 people and torture tens of thousands more, permanently staining the modern history of Chile. In the Congo, in 1960, Patrice Lumumba, the country's first democratically elected
Bumba. Patrice Lumumba.
Prime Minister gets assassinated by the CIA just months after taking office. In Argentina in 1976, they backed a military dictatorship that led to the death of more than 30,000 civilians. Cuba, Vietnam, Bolivia, Italy, Brazil, Panama, Venezuela, Australia, Poland. The list goes on and on and on. In total, sources say that the United States, mainly covertly and through the CIA, has been involved with more than 80 coups and foreign interventions from the 1940s to the 2000s.
Bro, that shit feels like it's got to be expensive. If that's true, is that where all of our money's going? They be jet setting all over the world, fucking with everyone's business. They need to start minding their own business.
In my mind, when I was younger and didn't know any of this, it was always kind of hard to understand what people were saying when they talked about the United States being an empire. When I hear the word empire, I think of England in the 19th century, where there was a point in time that 25% of people on Earth were considered citizens or subjects of the United Kingdom. Or you think of ancient Macedonia, where Alexander the Great had conquered every inch of land between Greece and India on horseback by the time he was 31 years old. When you hear the word empire, you think conquering territory, absorbing the entire planet, dominating the world under one flag. And the United States is a global superpower, but it kind of just sits by itself in a quiet corner of the world in reality. It's been like 120 years since America has colonized anything. If the goal was to be an empire, it kind of looks like we gave up a long time ago. But when a country, over the course of decades, repeatedly and secretly destroys any foreign government that tries to determine its own future and leaves a pile of ashes and destroyed lives in its wake, all while it rises higher and higher in power and influence, there really is only one word for what that country is: an empire. When Chile tries to take control of its own copper mines, when Iran tries to take control of its own oil, when Guatemala tries to take back its own banana plantations, and they all get destroyed in return,
all
they
over
are living
nanners
under an empire.
Dude,
and so it's not that the United States isn't.
The banana thing has to be a fucking cover, right? What the fuck else is in Guatemala that isn't nanners that it's really about? You know what I mean? Is it really about bananas? Come on. What else is there? There's something there.
an empire. It's that we got so good at being one that we figured out how to do it without ever having to admit it out loud. There would ultimately be major attempts to rein in the CIA during the late 1970s, driven by the public's shock and horror as information about MKUltra and other similar projects became impossible to contain as the years went on. And after extensive division,
30-minute warning,
public controversy, threats towards congressmen, and general political infighting, more control was granted to monitor what the CIA was doing. And it would be easy to say right now, you know, we don't hear much about what the CIA does these days. Maybe they got reined in or controlled, but that is very much evidently not
That's what
the
they
case.
want you to
But in
think.
the last 25 years since 9/11, the American government's power to surveil and control has only...
Dude, they want us to think that they fucking went quietly into the cold night or whatever the fuck. But dude, they're around more than ever. They're just literally working from home. They're just doing it all to us from their fucking phones. They're just fucking with us in the comments and fucking with us in every way possible. All the cuck ways. Gang stalking you. Fucking with your medication. Doing whatever. Dude, they're worse than they ever were. And now they have literal access to everything in our brains from these fucking phones.
Grown and grown with each passing year, leading again to instances such as the imprisonment of John Kiriakou that show us beyond any shadow of a doubt that there definitively is a sector of the American...
The Europeans sought to conquer the whole world when they realized other countries had spices, so bananas isn't that absurd. Yeah, I mean, I could totally see it just being bananas, but I mean the like lengths that they went to fucking... Like, United Fruit was not playing around when they wanted to do land reform. They were like, they stepped the fuck in and were like, nope. I'm just saying, there could be more, right? Could be more to the story. Maybe there's a pyramid there or a fucking portal or something.
Government that exists without being subject to rules, laws, or oversight. There is an American deep state. And of course, everything I mentioned is only one small slice of the story. The CIA has been accused of far worse. People have questioned whether or not they may have been involved with assassinating President JFK, who had fired Director Alan Dulles, the guy behind Guatemala and other operations, and directly opposed their agenda in public. One of the most resounding unresolved threads in the recent history of...
Dude, someone's got to mash up the JFK assassination with him waving and going behind the sign and going, counting or not counting gang violence.
The CIA is that of the Dark Alliance.
And then do it with the World Trade Centers too. Have a plane hit. Oh my gosh. That's a good meme template.
Series of essays released in the late 1990s by investigative journalist Gary Webb for the San Jose Mercury News. Webb alleged that the CIA had backed Contra rebels and knowingly...
It is a good juxtaposition though, just because, you know, they both are cucked and they're both done by the feds. Dude, yeah, actually it should be all of them. It should be like just a compilation and then have the that Hope Corps song, that you know the Hope Corps song? It's like someone tapping on a guitar quietly. What are some other ones that would work with the counting or not counting gang violence? You do 9/11, you do... We'll think of some more. JFK. There's not as many really good video evidence ones.
allowed them to funnel cocaine into the US to fund their guerrilla war against the socialist government of Nicaragua during the 1980s, and that drug trade had directly fueled the crack epidemic that devastated black neighborhoods across the country. The story ignited a firestorm, although it mainly led to Webb being discredited by major media outlets and largely ridiculed in the public. In 2004, Webb was found dead.
What is their obsession with the bananas? Bananas are crazy big business. They dominated Hawaii with banana farms too. Do bananas be making us gay or something? Is that what they want? If so, mission accomplished. The Vegas shooting is another good one. Yeah, there's video of that.
With 2 gunshots to the head. His death was ruled a suicide, but it wouldn't be long after that the CIA's own Inspector General admitted that Gary Webb was right. They admitted that the CIA had knowingly supported groups that were trafficking drugs into the US. Gary Webb was correct, but in return he received humiliation and ultimately lost his life. But let me ask you something. Did you vote for MK?
Free Gary Webb, bro.
Ultra? I mean, none of us did. Our grandparents were probably too young to vote back then when that was going on. But did anyone? Did anyone vote for drugging prisoners until their brains melted? Did anyone vote for taking people who had gone to the hospital and putting them in comas for years?
Not me.
Did anyone vote to overthrow Guatemala's government so badly that they were still fighting a civil war 50 years later so that a banana company could keep their useless land holdings?
And then also at the same time, they're like, why are all these Guatemalans fleeing to America? Oh, go back to your country that we started a fucking war in with a military despot cuck.
Anyone vote to destroy Iran's future?
Yeah, if you're born, you're gay.
Forever so that British Petroleum could keep stealing their oil? Did anyone go to the polls and check a box that said, yes, let's build a secret program where we torture random Muslim guys that aren't even connected to
I'm bananas for gay. Yeah, maybe big old banana containers make for easy smuggling, probably of humans. And dude, literally it makes sense for them to put every country in turmoil because then it's easier to traffic people and put them in the banana crates with the fucking giant banana spiders. Dude, that's like that's my only real fear is anytime I get a bushel of nanners, making sure that there ain't one of those giant banana spiders that I've seen pictures of on Reddit of. Some people get bananas and there'll be a giant fucking spider hiding in between the bananas. All the way from Guatemala. Illegal immigration. Stowaway.
Al-Qaeda, and if an agent tells the world about it, let's send him to prison? We live in a country where freedom and liberty are worshipped as the highest goods of all. But when I look at the CIA and their history, what I see is a distortion of those values in every possible way. Whether it's a desecration of the freedom and liberty of people in other nations to sustain our own power, or a violation of our own freedoms and liberties in service of goals that now, looking back, look psychotic and sadistic more than anything else. At the beginning of this video, I promised that I would help you decide for yourselves what the CIA tells us about our country, that we would better understand what America even is. And for me, what I've come to understand while working on this project is that we live in an empire whose existence has been perpetuated by torching the world around us to maintain control, not even to protect the freedom and liberty of its own citizens, but instead to build bigger and better machines to experiment on and exploit innocent people. Former congressional investigator Dan Hardway wrote in 2017 that while he was working on the case...
If Jeffrey Epstein is connected to bananas, I'm done. Bro, let's check the files. Are you 18 years or young or older? You say yes and it says darn it. Ah! Bananas. Oh no. Karen Shuliak. Hi, Anna. This is from Karina Shuliak to Ann Rodriguez on May 2015. Hi, Anna. Please make sure you have fresh bananas for Mr. E, preferably organic. Thank you, Karina. Bro, there's like pickled bananas? What the fuck? Did you send a bag of bananas? What the fuck is going on with these nanners, dude? Jeffrey would like you to take a bunch of bananas too today. You get 2 bananas. I had to order you 2 bananas to make the minimum. Bro, how come I can't just click on... Why do I gotta download each of these files? What the fuck is this? Why can't I just see it? Dude, there's like 5 pages. No, there's 7 pages. Oh my goodness. Bro, stop. 3 bananas. 6 bananas. It would be terrific to have the following: bottles of water, a dozen eggs, butter, chèvre, goat cheese, arugula, walnuts, 6 bananas. All right, I guess it's not that weird. You're just always telling people. I can't get into this right now. Bananas is probably code.
Surrounding the assassination of JFK, one thing that stuck with him the most was what a retired officer said to him personally during a deposition. "You represent Congress. What the fuck is that to the CIA? You'll be gone in 2 years." And the CIA...
Peter Thiel invented baby carrots to make everyone gay. Yeah, they're pretty cute and gay a little bit. Dude, baby carrots just being shaved down carrots is fucking hilarious. What do they do with all the waste of the carrot? Hopefully they just throw it in the garbage.
Will still be here. What Hardway wrote next sums it up for all of us better than I can. He wrote to his readers, "You are the people that Congress supposedly represents. What's that to the CIA? You'll forget about it in a few weeks or so." I'm Philip, this is Volksgeist. You can go to spiritworld.store to support our channel, buy some t-shirts, some sweaters, grab some merch, or subscribe to follow along for new uploads. Thank you all very much, and I'll see you soon.
All right, bro. Great video. Loved that. Yeah, these cucks be doing cuck shit, bro. Wait, the Majority Report did Erica Kirk is a lunatic?
What number is this?
I want to see Emma Vigland's take on Erica.
Number 666.
Oh, wait. First, hold on. No, we gotta see. Here, let's kill some of these real quick.
To a new headline lying about me.
Cursed.
I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO. And I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on.
What a nightmare, bro.
Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about.
Okay, wait, this is great.
People saying I'm not fit to be CEO, and I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on.
and I get on camera and I show
Jennifer's kind of mommy, right? A little bit.
everybody how
She's still a bit of a libtard, but she's learning.
batshit crazy I am. And the evidence goes on and on and on and on. And I will not stop, because just Monday I said I was taking time off to be with my family. And now it's Thursday and I am hosting a podcast club.
Her moving the mic with her is so funny.
Because in Turning Point, you can both take time off from work and work at the exact same time. And this hypocrisy can go on and on and on and on.
Yeah, Wine Mom is probably CIA, but whatever. I still like her. She's fun. A little forward progress is still good, even if it's fed forward progress. All right, dude, this was so fucking good. As soon as I saw this, I was like, oh my god, the boys are gonna lose it over this. Did you see this shit?
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that question? With those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, you know. He's got super hearing.
Bro, this feels like a HIPAA violation or something.
The trade, sir.
Trick of the trade.
The leases up states like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that question? With those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, you know. He's got super hearing.
Trick of the trade, sir.
Those poor, beautiful fucking ears, dude. Holy shit.
The
One
leases
more.
up states like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that question? With those beautiful...
Some of the caption says, the Zoom is truly diabolical.
He's got great hearing, you know. He's got super...
Yeah, of course, gay Trump. Once again, dude, he's so gay. He goes, big, beautiful ears. Oh, give me a kiss on those kissable little ears. Let me get a smooch.
Trick of the trade, sir.
The leases up states like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that
Dude, gay Trump at it again.
question? With those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, you know. He's got...
This poor guy, dude, you know, and like, this is his ears as a fully grown man. I have to see a baby picture of this motherfucker. Dude, you know his name was Dumbo his whole life. He's literally, he cried after this. Trump is a menace, man. This poor guy, you know he's been made fun of his entire life for those fucking things. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, Trump is so gay. It's cute. Yeah, Roy Cohn. I mean, dude, Roy Cohn brought Trump up. For sure. They definitely did the Spartan boy treatment, you know. Trump was his little errand boy and wiener sucker. Dude. Where do you think he learned how to do his circus parties? That has to be, that's so Roy Cohn coded. Wasn't Roy Cohn in love with Trump too? Wasn't that well known? I gotta watch the Trump movie about Roy Cohn with Jeremy Strong in it. That's the guy from Succession, right? The guy who plays Kendall. He plays Roy Cohn in a movie, and he plays it as he's in love with Trump, and I need to see this. Trump is fake, evil, and gay in that order. I don't know. I think Trump might be gay forward. He's definitely the gayest president we've ever had. Most outwardly gay, for sure. I mean, they're all gay, but Trump is the most, he loves being gay, man. I wish he could just be himself. Anyway, this poor guy, fucking Dumbo ears over here. Man. What's Ty talking about?
Ironic that Trump fired all 24 scientists on the week that we have 17 missing scientists, and we know they're being hunted down by Raytheon and BlackRock in the military-industrial complex because Amy was very clear about who was targeting her. Is that ironic, or is it more ironic that I had my account deleted because of the dead scientist video? Is that ironic? Because I don't even know.
Oh, 9-minute warning.
I crash out. Is it ironic that every single scientist that told us?
That's true. That's true. Trump is bi because he's also very openly attracted to his daughter. So I think well, Sasha said, wasn't it Sasha that said that he literally doesn't care. His thing is just power dynamic. So he doesn't care. A hole's a hole to him. If it doesn't have a hole, he'll make a hole.
Future as an AI surveillance-based prison planet is fucking dead? What? Are the ones that weren't a threat? I mean, Jesus Christ. Their research and their funding is being stolen by a fascist who's making it illegal to call him a fascist. Is that part ironic? Is it ironic that 3/4 of the Forest Service National Research Labs are closed? Is that ironic? Is it ironic that 140,000 farms are being closed this year? Does that have anything to do with each other? Is it ironic that 22,000 books have been banned in the last 4 years, right? Is it ironic that, does that have anything to do with the 22 school shootings that have happened this year? We have one a week. Nowadays, you can count on them. It's ironic that we used to have men, right? And now we have the strongest group censoring everyone else. I mean, honestly, this is the first president in the history of any president ever who's asked for a comedian to be fired. And his supporters think they're strong, they think they're tough. You fucking bitches. And this goes to you Democrats too. You got me banned from my Ukrainian war tape. What happened to us? To be somebody. You know what I mean? We used to fucking be people. We used to like each other. None of this mattered. We are literally working for 13 people.
Yeah, literally.
All of us. This is insane. All of these issues, because you're changing the way that you talk about all of them, they're becoming controversial. The less you talk about Trump and the less you call him a fascist, the more he's going to appear not a fascist.
Yeah, I really wish these gays could just be free and out and happy, dude. Come on. Come to the Pride Parade. Stop being weird.
You see Israel wasn't complicated when I joined these apps. Everybody knew it was wrong. Everybody. Now everyone's afraid to talk about it. So now Israel seems right. I'm watching my friends change the way they talk, and it's breaking my fucking heart. I have to go. Ironic that Trump fired all 24 scientists on the week that we have.
We love you, Ty. All right, what's Emma saying?
Erica Kirk, I guess, just got done, I don't know, parachuting off a building after a heist or something. I'm not sure why she's dressed like Jason Bourne. It doesn't seem to make a ton of sense.
She works for like a company like transporting bank vault contents.
Right. It's very Ocean's 11. Oh, we just lost Matt Binder.
She's got finished debriefing Solid Snake from his final mission.
Yeah, it's very spooky, this monologue that she gives. She's taken over the big chair. Charlie Kirk, her husband, who I'm not sure people are aware he died. And so now she is
Charlie chair next to her. You can put this up. And she's just in a gamer chair. Is that what's going on here?
Oh, no, they do they still do the show. It's just not with Charlie Kirk. It's with 2 of the other TPUSA guys. So this is a special missive, and she's just sitting in the chair.
Well, she's not you can see the chair on the right there, and she's in a different chair. I don't know.
It's for Charlie.
Yeah, that's is this an honorary Charlie chair? It is, isn't it? Oh my god, dude, she's so theater. She's so performative at literally every aspect of her. This outfit is crazy. She literally went from wearing, because everybody, you've got to remember, what was she wearing the last time we saw her? a white wedding dress to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Literally, when she was running out, I just want to go home. Now she's wearing funeral military attire. It's Charlie's cuck chair.
Of course,
Instead, it's a podcasting chair, which is appropriate. I say this as a podcaster myself. But here she is with this very, I don't know, disturbing monologue, or just weird monologue.
In this culture we're living in, absorbs disagreement as a form of personal betrayal. It turns having an opposing viewpoint.
Oh, yeah, it's probably a black hat wink wink thing. Yeah, Ryan, probably.
Into a moral crime worthy of punishment. And here's what I've realized through all of this, truly, having lived through quite literal hell these past 7 months, if you strip someone of their humanity long enough, you will arrive at the chilling conclusion that they don't deserve to exist at all. Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit.
Oh, Spartan fan, I just saw you're on a 20 frickin' stream watch streak. Let's fucking go, dude. The Twitchies are dedicated over there. I wish YouTube gave me those notifications too.
To be CEO, and I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my. I'm sorry.
The Candace Owens thing is, we can get to that in a second. You stepped into the role.
Yeah, you're in front of a microphone. Stop complaining. You're getting attention. I do just like, okay, look. Candace Owens saying you murdered her husband. I can understand you being a little upset
I would
about
probably
that.
be upset if somebody in a similar situation said that I murdered somebody.
But she
like,
wanted a list.
She wanted a list.
And the list is pretty short.
The first two are Drewski in whiteface and a wig. And then the other one was...
I'm not fit to be CEO.
Which, girl, I don't know. I mean, maybe look inward.
I seem to be complaining about the pressures of it quite a lot.
Yeah.
But also, who said that she can't be a CEO? Her husband, who was constantly preaching that women should be at home and letting the man do the work. I mean, this is something her own deceased husband preached. He's the one who said she couldn't be CEO.
We are supposed to forget about all that. He's a patron saint, Binder.
To a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO, and I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband.
Bitch.
And the list goes on and on and on.
Why don't you list it then?
And it goes on and on and on. And it goes on and on and on. I'll put my hand up in the air tonight, singing hey yo, singing let's go. Sometime, hey yo. You know what I mean?
Go on vacation. I don't know.
There is a serious epidemic of dehumanization plaguing this country. The most unthinkable tragedies have now become commonplace in our daily headlines, and yet the media finds a way to conveniently explain away violence. This is what we're up against.
2-minute warning.
This is what we're up against.
Wait, violence. When you say violence, do you mean, are you counting or not counting gang violence?
Counting or not counting gang violence? Oh.
What is happening right now is something none of us can afford to ignore. The
Jail.
evil forces working to divide us, to distract us, and to pull us apart has never been stronger. This is a moment for Americans to come together and decide what kind of country we are going to be before we lose our country altogether. In Romans chapter 12, verse 21, it says, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." And this is why my husband created Turning Point USA, so we could have civil discourse and debate and open dialogue, because when we stop talking to each other, bad things happen. I am choosing to fight for America, for my children, for your children, and for our humanity, because we all need to do our part. And by the grace of God, we will succeed, and America will remain what she was always called to be, a shining city on a hill, a light to the world.
Oh my God.
So let me give you a perfect example of how it's done. My husband did it best and left us the blueprint on how to have uncomfortable conversations with those who disagree.
A certain skin color now buckle up, everybody. Your own summertime celebration.
Are there no acting
It's
coaches in Arizona?
9/11.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, now.
Have you guys ever heard of Emma Horner? She has this cover of Manchester Orchestra that's fucking awesome. I need to find a longer version, but this is sick. All right, happy 9/11. Smoke up. Smoke them if you got them. Crash your planes into the Twin Towers if you got them. Oh, here's the full version.
Couldn't really love you anymore. You've become my ceiling. I don't think I love you anymore. That gold mine changed you. You don't have to hold me anymore.
I forget sometimes how dope some Manchester Orchestra songs are. Yeah, dude, Emma Harner's fucking awesome. She's good at guitar. And her voice is awesome. She's all over on TikTok, too. Sorry, repacking. Rebonging up. Alright, boys. What an epic 9/11 celebration. Oh, wait, hold on. You guys want to watch this? We'll check back into that later. This is the breaking news that Sherlock was talking about. Dude, the floor kind of looks like a bunch of buttholes, but also kind of like the Shining floor in some sense. Is this dude's legs like 9 feet tall? That feels like a lot of leg. Am I crazy? Graphic footage, show me. All right, come on, there better be a fucking gun. Where's the gun? Okay, 8:59 p.m. What is going on, bro? Why is he walking like an ET? Bro, he's moving kind of like what's his face in Men in Black when he gets into the skin suit. What the fuck? Hold on. He's like, you want me to stop here? Paul, is this where you want me to stop? Oh, he's going to work out, bro. Courtesy of U.S. Attorney Pirro. What is this? What, he's canvassing? Bro, this guy is like 7 feet tall. How fucking tall is this guy? He's a Lebensborn just from the height, dude. Bro, he moves like a Fed. He be moving like a Fed. Playback speed increased to 300%. Why? He just went and put a hat on? Where'd he get that fucking hat? The fuck? Bro, what is this? Bro, we don't want this. We want him coming down into the... And look at the quality of this, too, I will say. They got this footage, but they can't give us the actual footage of him running in front of the fucking... Through the fucking gauntlet of hogs. So this is proof that they have footage that looks like this, but... The Naruto run, we get the fucking half-baked shit. Fully baked. Fully cooked. Bro, he seems like he's a new human. He seems like he's trying to figure out what human culture is all about. Okay. This is it, guys. All right. Thanks, Janine Pirro. So they do have access to all the footage. It's in high quality. There's no reason to give us some fucking cooked ass bullshit. And they're just showing this canvassing, kind of. Walking up and down this one hallway. What, did he change his shirt? No gun. Don't see a single gun. Oh my god, he's going back to the fucking weight rooms? Oh my goodness. Dude, they're wasting our lives. What are we doing? Yeah, when's he get stripped? I want to see him getting buck naked. Okay, all right, here we go. So he went through this door over here. Isn't this literally the door area where he runs by them? Okay, wait. He goes up in the corner, up here. Look. Supposedly. Where's this fucking Naruto run? I don't remember seeing these things. Yeah, so look, this guy is definitely shooting. This hog is shooting all over at these cops. Dude, what even is this? I don't remember seeing these things in the original video at all. He did nothing. Dude, this video, or this gun, he's running in with a shotgun. Is that what it was supposed to be? They're all just standing there? Like, what is going on? What, did he just flop on the ground? Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter. This changes nothing. I mean, it's just still a fucking fed actor boy. Look, there's a dog over here too. Bro, what even was this? Yeah, whatever. Doesn't change anything. I mean, it's all still just the fucking feds did it. This dude's not even a real person. Ew, crazy that his clothes blew off. Alright, well. That's it. There you go, guys. This wasn't just for the bail room. Totally real. This guy literally took a train across the country to Washington, D.C. to run down one hallway with a shotgun and not do anything. But yeah, that cop shot that other cop for sure. He was spamming the sprint button on Fortnite. Then when he turned the corner, he's so fast his clothes disappeared. So yeah, Hogalina right here shoots. Come on. Why are they highlighting the cop shooting? The muzzle flashes of the cop. They're like, this is when the cop put a bullet in all. Look, each time he's shooting towards a cop. Good thing his blicky was filled with fake rounds, squibs, blanks, shooting blanks. Yeah, he's wearing a black button-up shirt with a red tie. But why won't they show the angle over there? I want to see what happens. Like, he clearly, obviously doesn't keep running. He just falls over after this. Is this one that guy? Is this the guy that got shot right here? Which one got shot? See, look, they're not doing anything. What's that? Still fake. Still
welcome back to
staged.
Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Today there was a detention hearing
Nothing
for the man who was
happened.
arrested at the White House Correspondents' Dinner this past weekend, and it resulted in the suspect remaining in federal custody. 31-year-old Cole Allen has been held. One facet of this that I wanted to ask about is how hard is it for prosecutors to prove an actual assassination attempt in a case like this?
That's actually one of the good questions, and one of the questions I had is, why didn't they charge him with the assault on the Secret Service officer? Obviously,
This guy's voice is kind of hilarious to me. I don't know why.
he cocked and pulled the shotgun, fired a round in the direction of the agent. So if you look at the charges in the case, obviously, you have the interstate transfer of a firearm, you have the
The metal detector didn't even go off, bro.
attempted assassination of the president. The latter requires intent, and we'll see. Look, this is just a complaint. You know,
What even was this, dude?
we haven't gotten a grand jury indictment yet, and U.S.
This looks like this looks so F and G.
Attorney Janine.
Look at them all standing up with their guns out, drawn.
The president. The latter requires
like good little actors.
And we'll see. Look, this is just a complaint. You know, we haven't gotten a grand jury indictment yet, and U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro there in D.C. said that there might be additional charges. Certainly, the assassination charge gets the most press and the headlines.
Who brings a 2-shot pump action shotgun to a motherfucking assassination, dude? He's like, I'm a Duke Nukem him. Yeah, this was so just to get public approval. Like, it's so stupid. Once again, this guy doesn't even have a good ideology. Nothing. Nothing that would ever warrant you going and fucking doing, you know, an assassination like this. People who do that, I believe, have coherent ideologies, you know? They're doing it for a purpose. It's kind of like the boys who did self-immolation last year or 2 years ago or whenever. Aaron Bushnell and Max Azzarello. Like, they had pretty coherent ideologies, right? They were doing it for a purpose. These people are always these fucking mushy mouth idiots who are having AI write up manifestos for them while they're jerking off in their bedrooms, writing stupid ass little things on their weapons and dressing like a fucking anime character, and Naruto running with a fucking pump action shotgun. Idiot. Fucking stupid. Run in there with like a fucking, you know, like a vest on, you know? Dude, like the Urukai? Oh my god, right? Imagine this. This guy would have been perfect for this. Yeah, dude. Bro, imagine he do this. This is an idea. This is something that makes sense. You know, dude, this is what if I ran the FBI, this is what I would have. I'd have this dude fucking running in, keffiyeh around his neck, right? Yelling, Allahu Akbar. He's got like a cartoonish amount of C4 strapped to a vest around him. And he's literally just trying to get as close as possible to Trump. If I ran the FBI, this is how I would do the false flags. This is how you get America to turn. We can't tell them this shit because they'll actually listen, dude. See? This would have been the challenge, Cole Allen, is to see how many hits you can take before you can get in, like, if you can get into the ballroom. Work out a little bit. Now that could have been interesting. All right, let's stop this before we get in trouble. Y'all know what I mean? Jelly bean?
I think when you go to the grand jury, I think the prudent thing would be to have a belt and suspenders approach, have some fallback charges like that.
Dream World said that would be fire. Amen.
18 U.S.C. 111 assault charge that we typically see. Also, the attempt on other cabinet members or even federal officers. Those are all federal crimes.
Wait, so Janine Pirro said, who released this footage, just said, we don't have information that the suspect fired a shot. We believe he had a firearm, but we're still looking into it. Well, I mean, according to this video, it does kind of look like he's got a fucking shotgun, but yeah, it doesn't look like he shot. I don't get it. This whole thing makes no sense. Honestly, dude, this is like if you fucking ask some nerdy ass kind of fucking autistic kid to, like, oh, plan a fake assassination. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll get a shotgun. I'll get a shotgun and I'll dress like an anime. And I'll Naruto run real fast. And I'll get right into the lobby and I'm gonna stop the president. Yeah. Princess. Like, yeah, and the AI security footage looks fucked. I mean, everything looks fucked nowadays anyway. Nothing's real. That's what they wanted, so it doesn't matter.
So that way, if this goes all the way to a jury trial and the jurors don't believe that he necessarily intended to kill the president, but intended to kill someone else, they do have something to fall back on.
U.S. Attorney Pirro sent this video out, and we just saw it on screen. It depicts 35% speed, so this is a slow motion of the suspect bolting into the building. You see the officer draw his gun. You see the suspect putting his arms up with something in his hand as well.
Yeah, it looks like the only person who shot anything was this cop, and he missed every shot or put a bullet in. Yeah, I mean, he's the one who shot a cop, bro. If Janine Pirro's walking it back, did she really say we didn't say that he shot a shot?
What will prosecutors have to show to prove intent beyond a reasonable doubt, Nima? And also, what are you seeing in the footage here, the slow motion footage?
So to prove intent, you have to get into the mind of a criminal. And obviously, the best thing really is the criminal's own words. So it seems like he made a statement, but then wasn't cooperating. So I'm going to know what he said immediately after he was detained. Obviously, that manifesto, what he emailed family members shortly before he tried to breach the security perimeter, that's going to be important. He called himself
Breach the security
the
perimeter.
friendly federal assassin or something similar. And what's really fascinating, Austin, something I've never seen before, any criminal do, shortly before this, he actually emailed his employer and tendered his resignation for doing something inappropriate. Again, not something that you normally see before someone engages in criminal activity. Obviously, you know, the video
Dude, this fucking drawing is so fucked. And even this one, bro, they couldn't find any real artist. I'm sorry, who the fuck is this?
The best evidence of the crime itself. And we also now have a selfie that was taken in the bathroom shortly before this happened. It sort of reminds me of the infamous Brian Koberger selfie after the Idaho murders. And in that selfie, you see some ammunition, some weapons. But yeah, I mean, look, someone that is running with a firearm through security and pulls the trigger, that shows that he intends to harm someone, whether it's the president, whether it's someone else at that banquet event. That's something for prosecutors to prove, but this is going to be a very, very difficult case for the defense with all this evidence, including the defendant's own admissions.
What should the public watch for next as the case moves forward?
So next really was this detention hearing. So there is first the arraignment, which we had on Monday, obviously. Then within 3 days, there has to be a detention hearing. In this case, the defense really saw the writing on the wall.
Dude, that should be his defense, Smee the King. Dude was simply exercising while literally exercising his Second Amendment rights, and they tackled the poor guy. He's just doing his God-given rights. What, you're not allowed to run with a gun now? Okay. Is this not America?
Related to detention. Next is going to be that grand jury indictment. So, you know, within 14 days, unless there's a time waiver, there has to be a preliminary hearing. That almost never happens in the federal system. So within day 14 to 30, there has to be a grand jury indictment. You can't hold someone on a criminal complaint indefinitely. So probably sometime in early to mid-May, we will see that grand jury return the indictment, and we'll see what additional charges there are. Again, I expect there to be more. Again, assault, potentially an attempt on other federal officials. And then, like,
honestly, this drawing looks more like this guy than Cole Allen.
We're going to see some pretrial negotiations and a plea deal because 98% of cases do plead. I just don't see any viable defense in this case. If Cole Allen would have pushed this case all the way to trial, this would be a pretty quick conviction, even in a liberal jurisdiction like Washington, D.C.
Always good to see you, Nima. Thanks.
Thanks, Austin. Talk soon.
Nima Rahmani with that conversation earlier today. We appreciate him. By the way, U.S. Attorney Pirro, along with that video that you saw playing, she sent out this.
There is no evidence the shooting was the result of friendly fire. Bro, he's literally pointing the gun at 4 cops and shooting. What are you talking about?
Saying today we are releasing this video provided to U.S. District Court showing Cole Allen shoot a U.S. Secret Service officer during his attempt to assassinate the president.
Oh, wait. So, no. Janine Pirro's saying that. She's saying that there's no evidence. Dude, there's literally only evidence of a shot being fired by the Secret Service.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner.
And, bro, listen to the audio from the video. There's no shotgun being fired. That's pistols. There's no shotgun shot. Not one.
Evidence. The shooting was the result of friendly fire. The video also shows Allen casing the area in the Hilton Hotel the day before the attack. My office, along with the FBI, will continue this extensive investigation to bring Cole Allen to justice. So we've been watching the footage, and we will let you know if we hear of any more major developments.
The fuck? Dude, let him out on bail. Why won't they let him out on bail? Come on.
To our breaking news, Janine Pirro, U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, has released new video right there of the suspect in the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting, showing him storming the security checkpoint, holding a gun during the event. Now, Pirro's office released a slowed-down version of the video as well, allegedly showing the suspect, Cole Allen.
Bro, and also, if he shot a shotgun shell, we would see it. If we're seeing pistol shells, or, you know, pistol, bullet muzzle flashes, you would see a shotgun flash. They last longer. They have more powder and smoke. Nothing. There's literal muzzle flashes from the cop who's shooting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking cops. Boom. Look at where his hand is. Why did they circle this if they're saying there's no evidence of a cop shooting and doing a friendly fire?
At the
Silly.
Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C. this weekend. The video also apparently shows Allen casing the hotel the day before the shooting. Now, the suspect faced a judge today for a hearing and will
Dude, I bet all of those shots line up perfectly. The audio shots that you hear line up perfectly with just that cop. There's like 3 or 4 shots that are all him.
remain in jail ahead of this trial. So senior coordinating producer for CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit, Anna Schechter, joining us with a closer look. So Anna, you and I are both looking at this video in real time. We have about 5 minutes of surveillance video. Let's go in order, okay? So we have video of Cole Allen on Friday. This is the day before the event. Walk us through what we see in the video.
Well, you see him very calmly walking down the hallway on that 10th floor where he rented a room, and he sort of stops in front of a door. He's kind of looking, okay, you see him sort of calibrating. Then there's another, it cuts to him entering what looks like the hotel gym, and he even stops and chats with a woman who is working there. And so it's actually speeds up while he's walking around the gym looking. There you see on your screen, you see that gym video where he is walking around, and then you see him walking back to
Yeah, the Secret Service guy shot the cop for sure.
his hotel room. There, look, you see him wearing that long black coat, and what prosecutors say is he wore that to disguise the weapons that he had with him, particularly that shotgun, which would have been hard to conceal if he didn't have that coat. So they are saying on Saturday night, where we also see video, he wore that coat initially, then dropped the coat before he rushed the metal detectors, and you were showing that earlier. It's a much higher resolution, higher quality video, and you can really see there him holding that shotgun, the position of the gun, and prosecutors say he fired that.
Bro, no, he does not.
Shot, and one bullet hit a Secret Service agent in the chest. Thankfully, he was wearing a bulletproof vest.
Yeah, one bullet hit. Yeah, one bullet. A shotgun is not one bullet. Do we not know what a fucking shotgun does? It shoots pellets. Fucking idiots. Bro.
And then just after what you're seeing on the screen, he trips and falls. He's heading towards the staircase.
Why not show us the footage? This is so funny. He literally Naruto ran so fast he tripped and fell.
That would lead him down to the ballroom. Just after he trips, there you see the agents rushing. There, several of them jump on top of him, according to our sources. And
bro, how did this cop miss? 4 shots he missed.
Subdue him, strip him of his shirt and tie, and then you see that photo of him lying face down in the carpet that we've been showing previously. So that's what happened, and we've learned that it took about 7 seconds for him to rush that metal detector and then be subdued. So 7 seconds allowed him to fire off one shot. A special agent or a Secret Service agent fired 5 rounds, according to our sources. So a total of 6 shots were fired in that 7-second period from when he started rushing to when he was subdued by agents.
Yeah, and Anna, this is fascinating video to see as it is slowed down, to see the rifle and going through the security, obviously within seconds.
Yeah, there's no chance that he shot a bullet from a shotgun. We don't even hear one. It would sound different. All of the bullets sound like pistol.
And so allegedly we're able to see that he did in fact fire.
Well, it's hard to tell from the video. I've watched it many times, and it's hard to see exactly when he might have pulled the trigger. But what investigators did find is that the shell casing of one bullet was jammed inside the gun, and had he cocked the gun preparing to fire again, they say...
Wait, Sherlock, are you saying that the same people who investigated the Idaho 4 are investigating this right now? Is that what you're saying?
It would have exited and fallen to the ground. They did not initially find that casing, so it took them a little bit of time to figure out what happened. All of this has been under ballistics review, and this is where they're at. Of course, it could change, but I think they're pretty certain that that is how things played out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this video certainly helping in the investigation. I can't help but go back to the day before where he's walking by himself through this hallway.
No one got shot. Someone supposedly got a shot in their bulletproof vest, but that's because the Secret Service shot the cop.
Appearing very calm, and lo and behold, he has got this masterminded plot that he's been planning for quite a long time. And as you look at his demeanor, he's just kind of walking casually. You would think it's just any other guest in a hotel room, and yet he has got reportedly quite a plan in mind, as if he's kind of looking around to see just how things are laid out. He's actually kind of pointing. I don't know what he's doing there, but quite a calm demeanor, I might add.
I totally agree with you. Reviewing that footage, that is the thing that struck me the most, because we've already seen the grainier video of him rushing, but this brand new video from the day before where he is...
Detective Mowry and Agent Balance and Horowitz prosecuting, and Boyd Jackson produced this footage. Boyd Jackson, the same guy as the Idaho 4 too. They're all connected to the Secret Service. It's all the same people. Fuckers.
Calmly walking through, casing the place, and then he goes into the gym, and there he is entering the gym. There is a woman sitting there at the desk who works there, and she appears to ask him a question at one point. And he turns and chats with her and smiles, and it's just chilling to think.
Bro, is this guy like 6'4"? He Lebensborn.
That 24 hours later, he allegedly is trying to carry out this violent act. There you see him walking over and chatting with the person working there.
Yeah, they're having a casual conversation.
Exactly. It is just chilling, and we've been waiting for video like this. We knew that it must exist, and we had not seen it because we've been trying to piece together and map out his movements throughout the hotel. So this is really helping to paint a clearer picture of what happened from when he checked into that hotel at 3:15 p.m. on Friday. This video is from around 8:30 p.m. Friday night. That's when he left his room. And then on Saturday, prosecutors say he left his room multiple times, but that, of course, that key period is from 8:03 p.m. when he took that photo of himself in the hotel room to 8:30 when they say he rushed the metal detectors with that shotgun, firing off a shot and falling to the ground.
Yeah, and while we have you, Anna, while we're looking at that last piece as he's going through the metal detectors, this is as the guests are already inside. And so, you know, security there is thinking everyone has been through, and then lo and behold, he comes through at the very end. What is the timestamp on that again?
That's around 8:30, 8:34 p.m. is when you know, our team who was inside the ballroom were starting to call their sources. So this is just after 8:30. Now, the official start of the evening was 8 p.m. And remember, we learned in that memorandum filed yesterday that he was Googling throughout this time. He was looking up White House Correspondents' Dinner. He was looking for live video feeds of President Trump exiting his vehicle to get to gain entry into this event. So all of this, that half an hour before, he was very active preparing his weapons, getting dressed, securing the weapons on his person, then putting that jacket on, going down the back stairwell, dropping the jacket, and rushing these metal detectors. So this was about 35 minutes after the official start of the event at 8 p.m. So just about everyone was already through, as you said. They should have all been in there and seated. Opening remarks were just beginning. Yeah, you know, around 8. It takes a little bit of time for everyone to get their seats. So he timed it,
Anyway,
it appears to me.
Jesus Christmas. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, I want to watch Savannah talk a little bit with the Artemis crew. This will be our ice cream.
From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Integrity.
And we are back with that
Integrity
very special
Farms.
moment. The
Integrity
Artemis 2
Farms.
crew splashing down back on Earth nearly 3 weeks ago now.
Yeah, of course, their mission captivated and inspired millions of people all
Still wearing their costumes, dude.
around the world and made a lot of history, of course, in the process.
That's right. They became the first humans in more than 50 years to travel to the moon, and their journey set a record for the farthest distance traveled from Earth, 252,756 miles to be exact. We want to make sure we count them all. Along the way, they were able to see and photograph never before seen parts of the lunar surface, and we are just so honored to have these heroic astronauts with us this morning. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Good morning to all of you. It's we'd lovely to have you on this part of Earth with us this morning. I mean, you know, you came back. It's a lot to process. Have you had that moment to kind of sit alone, reflect, and what are you?
Look, Savannah's got to fucking fly away. Her hairstylist is fucking sabotaging her.
Your
She
takeaways?
knows she's a filthy liar.
I'll start with you.
Last Friday, we did get a day off. We actually asked for a day off, so we got a day off, and I did take
Yeah,
it.
this lady's talking to everyone except for the FBI about where the fuck her mother is. Where's your fucking mother, Savannah?
The time just to go sit by myself and reflect, and just it's hard to be proud. Sometimes you just got to sit back and be proud of the accomplishment. And we had an amazing crew. We had a great vehicle put together by just an incredible team, and we should be proud.
A vehicle.
What about you?
The last 2 weeks have actually been quite nice. I have tried to stay in that hole. You know, on the mission, we didn't have
Bro,
access to the
I'm sorry, but
internet, and so it was only our family
Miss Coke's fucking chin is crazy.
telling us what was going on. And I knew there was going to be the public to face at some point, and so I just spent the last 2 weeks, you know, staying home and going to work, and that's it. And now that we're out in the public, it's great to see how much this was inspiring to other folks.
Well, Christina, we know you had a beautiful reunion with your pup. Yes, exactly. How's
Even for a Freemason, dude, right?
how has re-entry been for you?
It's been amazing. I have to tell you, I think my dog would greet all of you the exact same way if you came to the door. But, you know, I think connecting with family, connecting back with the earth.
Cute dog for a Freemason.
With going to the beach, making sure I solidified the memories of this incredible journey, and just focusing on what's important for a little while.
Yeah, and Jeremy?
I still feel like I have some processing to do, need to give that some more space. But when I reflect for just a moment, a lot of gratitude. Like, what an extraordinary experience as a human being, the things we saw, what we experienced together. I'm really grateful for that.
Victor, I so enjoyed seeing that really emotional moment when you returned, your street lined with folks welcoming you back to Earth. What did that mean to you?
You know, it meant I didn't get to go in the house right away. But, you know what? I talked about how important it was for us to be neighborly, and it was just great to see my neighborhood step up, and I just felt like the whole neighborhood was giving you a big hug, and so it was really special.
Wearing this costume everywhere, bro.
Reed, if America could only have watched like just a snippet, like a minute of what you saw, what would you want us to have seen?
I think I would.
I can't believe Carson Daly's career is getting such a boost right now. Carson Daly loves Savannah, loves that her mom got kidnapped. Truly though, I mean, dude, am I crazy here in thinking that we've moved on from Savannah Guthrie's mother being kidnapped and the FBI doing nothing really fast? We moved on so fast. She's literally full-time hosting and doing the fucking... She's hosting astronauts, dude. She's doing puff pieces.
I want them to see two things. First, I would want them to see this crew. This crew was very special from the moment the boosters lit.
Bro, they definitely, something happened with them. They all got like their root chakras attacked together. They all are acting like the FLDS, victim women. The way that they're all so, banded together and shit. Because they've all been traumatized by whatever the CIA does to make them lie about this stuff.
We really became best friends, and we all showed up for each other, which to me was the shining example of this mission.
Showed up for each other. You guys were in a fucking a room for like 10 days together doing some science. Like, what? I don't know, man. I guess I'd never been there.
I would just want them, if they could just step back and look out the window and see how beautiful this place is that we live in, this solar system, in this galaxy.
I wish you guys would have shown us videos of it and stuff. Shown us real shit instead of this. We always just get the ocean. Wouldn't it be nice to see where we live? But they can't show us that because you know why? Because there'll just be chemtrail streaks in the sky. Everything will look like straight fucking lines and a haze across the entire country that you can't see shit. Look at this. Bullshit.
It's very, very... Earth is a...
I don't want to see the Pacific Ocean. It's not even real, dude.
Very special place.
Show me fucking America. I paid good money for these pictures, and you're going to show me Australia? Get the fuck out of here. Kick fucking rocks, dude.
You have that vantage point that most of us will never get.
Australia. It's always just Australia, dude. Show me a little video of a time lapse of the Earth spinning. Can't do that because then we'd see chemtrails being flown across the Earth.
Moon up close. What from that vantage point did you notice and take away?
Savannah still has a flyaway. Haha.
Anybody can grab that one.
Gosh.
One of the most amazing things to notice is actually how much blackness there is around the Earth, because it just highlights how special it is. And you can look at it as a whole, but at the same time see each individual part that's so special. You see the factory floors.
You got to try and make it make sense that there's no stars in space. If I can see stars from the Earth, why are we not seeing stars in space? What the fuck? Why do some pictures have stars in space? This shit never has stars in space. Make me go crazy. How are pictures of stars being taken in space then? What? Oh.
The forges that we visited in our training time. You see the baseball fields, you see the mistakes, you see the successes, and they're just all down there.
Bro, no, all I see is Australia. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what we have. That's our world.
Australia's not even a real country.
Incredible moments that you undoubtedly had up there. Was there a moment for each of you where you became somewhat emotional. Was there a moment where you really...
Every single day. Every single day.
Truly, every day. I have to say that, you know, the moment where we named the two Craters, but specifically Carol Crater, and knowing Jeremy didn't have
Bro,
it...
these are PR people. Can any of these people fly a plane? Prove it.
And to what he was going to say, and then as he started speaking, I think all of us just fell into that moment in different times. And when he said she was a bright spot, the actual crater is a bright spot because it's a new, fresh crater. It just, that's when I realized I wasn't doing a good job of keeping my emotions to myself, and it was
Remind folks who may not be familiar with that story why that was so significant.
So we, actually Christina's idea, suggesting naming a crater after Carol, and then
It wasn't even her dumbass husband? Christina thought of this? Christina the Koch brother thought of this shit? What the fuck? He didn't even intend going up there doing that. She was like, hey, let's name this after your dead wife. Hey, you know another performative thing we could do besides showing actual video of the moon or anything cool? We could name a fake crater after your fake dead wife.
We actually found two spots, and so we named one Integrity after the crew and the spacecraft.
Y'all trying too hard with that name. Integrity. I see why they named it like that now. They got that guilty conscience, dude. I can feel it.
But we named a crater after Reed's late wife, and that was a team effort, but we talked it over as a crew, and it was...
Team effort! We team effort dedicated it to Rick's dead fake wife.
Just an amazing opportunity and a very special moment on the mission.
Well, you have obviously emotional tightness that was evident throughout. You also had physical tightness. Okay? So, I mean, honestly...
Bro, they are in janitor suits. Yes, they do look like they're just space janitors.
We're sitting in this room. If they take a while, it's kind of the size of like this carpet, right? I mean,
Why is Carson even there, dude?
How do you do that? How do you? Like,
You're letting Savannah run the fucking show, buddy. Just because she kidnapped her own mother doesn't mean that you should let her run everything, okay? Knock Savannah, dude. Savannah's dress is so bright it could fucking blind you from seeing stars. What the fuck?
Excuse me, pardon me, all day
This
long?
is
Or
super,
I feel a little...
Savannah's in a wedding dress, too. She's like, finally got rid of my mother.
A little too far away from that.
Very far apart right now.
Yeah, this is pretty spacious.
How do you manage that kind of close quarters?
Savannah, you have to ask about the toilet. Please, can we get more information about the toilet? That's what I'm begging to know more about. And the freeze-dried food. Oh my God, please tell me more. I do not want to see pictures of the backside of the moon or video because the pictures that they've shown suck ass. I don't want to see time-lapse video of the Earth spinning around. Please, come on.
You know, there's an interesting, we talk a lot about privacy. We have medical conferences and whatnot, and so we have this really important concept of privacy. And a word I've been trying to get people to consider is intimacy. I know that's a weird word because we don't use it a lot, but it was the entire mission. So just flipping that paradigm and thinking about how do you operate when everything is a group activity, when everything involves all four of us. It was an intimate mission, I mean, the whole time.
Yeah.
What did you guys...
Bro, all I ever see these motherfuckers doing is eating. They'd just be eating and shitting. They went up to fucking orbit or under the fucking sea to go eat and shit for 10 days.
Missed first from Earth. Food?
Yeah, why did they all come back clean shaven? Why would you shave up there? That's crazy. When are they shaving?
Fresh air or gravity?
Oh, wow. Ooh, I don't think we missed any of those. None of those.
Really? The food was better?
Food is pretty good.
Really?
You didn't miss the fresh air, food, or gravity?
Food is pretty good.
To prepare.
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought it would be like tubes of space food. No? Okay.
Now I know they're fucking... Dude, now I know for a fact these motherfuckers be lying, bro. They're literally out... They won't even be like, oh, yeah, the food kind of sucks. As a joke. These guys are NASA flyboys, bro. These are PR people for NASA. That's it. Yo, I'm jailing Savannah Guthrie and the entire Artemis 2 team. Jailing every single one of these motherfuckers. And Carson Daly. You're going to jail too, buddy.
Yeah, about that hardship. No,
Let's ask about this.
Gotta talk about
there was just reports that it was working, it wasn't working, it was partly working.
Carson, your fucking suit's puckering. Look at that. He's horse collaring himself. Everybody be looking foolish over here on this couch. What is this? Schlubs. They got nothing but schlubs up here.
Those were all correct.
Yes. We got those.
Are you prepared
And they
to
got the
troubleshoot out of all the
space
things you have to
janitors.
We were definitely prepared to troubleshoot it, but you know, we really can't take a ton of credit on board. I was the person that set it up. It didn't initially come up correctly. The ground teams figured out a way to get it going, and then we had some other issues a little bit later in the flight.
Quick one, is a NASA mission too serious?
Her jumping immediately into smiling, like, dude, these people are so... They're mostly media trained. That's what this all is. Dude, this was... I mean, these are not real people. Look at these. Look at this guy.
For road trip playlists, was anybody in charge of music?
Yes.
Actually, that like around the 6th day, we had this little commercial off-the-shelf speaker, and it had some crazy wires on it. It was really to rebroadcast Mission Control, and Victor repurposed that thing. We plugged it into our computer, and then we had one. We didn't, for some reason, songs didn't get uploaded to us as individual songs. It was one like 18-hour playlist, and so we would just pick some spot in there, hit play, and then we had music.
Really quickly, this came up yesterday, and I wanted to ask all of you, because again, you have this unique perspective. Considering all the stars, the galaxies, the far side of the moon that you've seen right now, is there other life out there?
There has to be.
Well, it's
There has to be.
interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you want to take this one, but just my reflections are that one of the primary questions we ask ourselves as humans is, are we alone? And this journey that we were privileged enough to start, I think, is the best way that we can start to answer that question. Going back to the moon, taking what we learned there to learn about how all solar systems form, going to Mars where we might find evidence of past life in our own. It's pretty exciting stuff, and we have a chance to answer those questions.
Well, you definitely gave us a head start to answer some of the deepest questions of our universe, spiritual and scientific, no question. By the way, your super fan is not here today, but we
dose them with LSD and send them off. Yeah, blue beam is fucking imminent, dude. He goes, definitely. Oh, definitely. The government is about to disclose it.
Your friend Al joins us now. He's in Missouri today on the road. He wants to say hi.
Can we say hi back?
Of course.
Hey, Al.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. Good to see you.
It's great
to see you.
So good to see you. We miss you. We'd love to be here with you, but we understand you have work to do.
Well, we do, but everybody here from Springfield, Missouri, say hi. They are so proud. And I just, my question was, so now that you're home and you're back home, are you now back to being regular family members, like where you've got to take the trash out and do all the other stuff?
I will keep it PG, but I have a dog, and so it was, dog duty and taking out the trash right before we left to come on this trip. Actually.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So yes.
So Al, we are kind of back
to. I got an astronaut to say duty.
God. We're so fucking doomed, bro. No, this is good for us. This is such a joke, man. I can't tell what's satire anymore. Everything feels like if SNL was good. Yeah, they have 1 million Al Roker bots. Dude, everyone knows Al Roker's died like 4 times at this point. They had Fat Al Roker, he died. Then they had Skinny Al Roker, he literally got cancer. And then they were all like, oh my god, Al Roker's gonna die. But now all of a sudden he's still around. The best term for this content is cuck slop. Yeah, everything is parody cuck slop.
We're back to normal, Al, but people are still being nice to us, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It'll last forever.
Well, I don't think you guys are going to ever have to buy another drink again as long as you live. It's fantastic. Oh, great to see you guys. Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show
Al.
every morning on NBC.
Hey, thanks a lot, Al. Hey, it's 9/11 in the Midwest, guys. Imbibe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us on a Thursday morning.
Savannah Guthrie presents the news to millions of Americans every day.
Temperatures set to climb 15 to 30 degrees above average today.
But the Melbourne-born US Today Show host became the headline when her mother, 84-year-old Nancy, vanished on the 1st of February.
Mommy?
Taken in a suspected abduction.
If you are hearing this, you are a strong woman.
Bro, they've literally moved on. I would be so mad if I had a microphone. I would be livid every fucking moment, yelling at the FBI. I would be saying, Mom, break free. Yeah, speak directly to mommy. Come on.
You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you.
Desperate and devastated.
Damn, Marbly, you cut out weed, alcohol, and caffeine. Nice, dude. Hell yeah, just raw dogging life. Love that. I be smoking.
In the darkness, I imagine her terror.
A stark contrast to the smiles.
Oh, yes, here we go. You know, I'm really excited about this. And people.
When Savannah featured her mum in a recent homecoming story for the Today Show.
Mom.
This is why she got kidnapped, dude. Someone became Nancy obsessed. It was Nancy's stalker. They want to say it wasn't sexual, but you never know.
You guys came here in the 70s and you'd been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
It's so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back.
2 months later, Nancy would
That's
be gone.
Nancy's voice.
Tucson and plant roots.
It's so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back.
Bro, I'm not convinced she's alive in that video.
2 months later, Nancy would be gone.
This is the mystery that has got the whole world talking. You only need to look at the media that is gathered here in Tucson, Arizona. Right here is the epicenter. That is the home of Nancy Guthrie.
And the burning question remains, where is she?
We gotta find her, dude.
On the night of her disappearance, Nancy went to her daughter Annie's home for dinner. At 9:48, her son-in-law dropped her home. At 1:47, her doorbell camera disconnected. 30 minutes later, the software detected movement. At 2:28 a.m., Nancy's pacemaker disconnected from her phone. She missed church, and that's why her family went to check on her at 11:56 a.m. Sunday, calling police just after midday. Her daughter and son-in-law.
Kiddo Cat is still sprawled out, loving life in his little soft bed. Mushka's not next to him though anymore. He's like, I don't care.
Home, where Nancy dined on the evening she vanished, attracted early interest from investigators.
Police have been here at the home at least 3 times now, including today. In one instance, they were here for more than 3 hours taking photos. But there's no indication that Annie Guthrie or her husband, Tommaso Cecchini, have done anything wrong. They were just the last people to see Nancy Guthrie alive. And Tommaso dropped his mother-in-law off at her home on the night she vanished.
Billboards popped up across the United
Nancy's only 5'4", dude.
States. Nancy Guthrie's face was everywhere, but the grandmother's whereabouts were a mystery as police hoped for a breakthrough. In the early quest for answers, clues were scarce.
Blood on the porch, that was one.
Why isn't the volume
on? Is for our military offense and defense. And a lot of people say, well, is it worth it? It's really worth it because what's happened militarily, you see what we're doing militarily, a lot of that comes from space. So it's been pretty great. Good question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. First, on the topic of space, do you have an update on the UFO files and what might be, when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is such, they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material, and we're going to be releasing a lot of things from that we have, and I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it. Yes.
Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Putin not too long ago. Did you talk to him about
today?
Things you wouldn't believe.
The progress in the space area, and what else did you talk about?
I didn't talk about space. No, I talked about Ukraine, and I talked a little bit about Iran. I talked about a few different subjects, mostly about Ukraine, and we had a very good conversation.
What about Big Ears
come up with a
McGee?
solution relatively quickly, I hope.
What was he?
Bro, that's so fucking insane that Trump literally called out Big Ears back here. I mean, his ears are fucking massive, but it does give more credibility to the dementia thing. Even Trump, I feel like even for Trump, that's kind of rude. Like, he's a cuck, but that's like, is he losing his mind and forgetting what is okay to say? These big, beautiful ears.
I think he'd like to see a solution, I can tell you, and that's good.
What involvement does he want to have in the Iran situation?
He told me he'd like to be involved with the enrichment if he can help us get it. I said I'd much rather have you be involved with ending the war with Ukraine. To me, that would be more important because we're gonna have that. Look, we're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out their anti-aircraft, everything, apparatus, everything they have, their radar, they have very little left. And they have some missiles, a small percentage. They have a small percentage of missile-making facilities. We knocked out about 80% of them. The rest could come very quickly if we don't make a deal. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They know it. And just about everybody else does. And so we talked about that a little bit. He doesn't want to see them have a nuclear weapon either. But I had a long talk with President Putin. I suggested a little bit of a ceasefire.
Palantir's putting out this manifesto, and some of it sounds very reasonable, right? Like all cultures are not created equal. Like Western civilization is good, and like, you know, a religious death cult where people believe in witches is bad. It's like, yeah, we get all of that. Okay. But it's not so much that. It's the whole, and we're all going to join the military, and we're all going to go to war, and we're going to wrap this in the blanket of Christianity. I mean, they're talking about religious intolerance. They're lighting children on fire in Gaza. Their technology is being used for all of this stuff. It's very interesting to talk about religion and then build death machines.
How has Ibogaine helped you with all of the things that you went through?
I have no qualms over the death I delivered to these people. And in some form or another, I'd like to deliver that again.
Unbelievable. You could go and just kill a woman in front of her children and not feel that sense of guilt or shame.
No shame, no guilt, no mercy, no hesitation. These were the things that were my problems.
So Tim Dillon's been going off on Palantir's Peter Thiel and the other guy who looks like a villain from Pinky and the Brain over their 22-point manifesto that basically breaks down humanity's fate. It comes off like these guys were handed the keys to Western civilization and their Sumerian god AI machine has already decided where things go from here. Like how we're all going to be soldiers at some point as they want to make serving in the military non-voluntary.
Bro, I'll go serve in the military with Peter Thiel. I'm gonna frag Peter Thiel.
The manifesto also justifies the future of AI-driven warfare, and then mixed in with that, obvious takes like smartphones being good and bad for people, when really they just don't want us peasants using it to communicate, organize, and criticize our tech overlords. We'll get into that in a second, but first, it was nice to see Tim go to bat for Rogan. This episode comes right after Joe had just been at the White House pushing for Ibogaine therapy for veterans. So Tim starts the show on a serious note by interviewing a veteran who has seen tremendous results from the therapy.
How has Ibogaine helped you with all of the things that you went through?
Well, since taking Ibogaine about a week and a half ago, I experienced a total liberation from any sort of judgment I had on the situations I was put in, the situations I was there for. For example, there was a moment in Iraq where we had gotten personal intel that one of our enemies attacking our Humvees had a location nearby, and when we arrived, we couldn't find the suspect, but his family had occupied this tent area. And in order to get him out of hiding, we decided that perhaps, a little bit of coaxing with the family would help. So intuitively, I knew the screams of his children would elicit more than the screams of his wife.
Of course.
Yes. So I began choking his wife, and I choked her for around 8 to 10 minutes, and long after the point of death, as we call it. And
off the floor, just.
Started off the floor, and as her body slowly sank into the puddle it became.
Okay, of course.
And those were the moments that would really keep me up at night.
I get it.
It's nice of Tim to break down what's pretty obvious, but somehow still goes over people's heads.
But Ibogaine helped. Nice.
Surface, what Joe Rogan did with Ibogaine is great. It's going to help people. No argument there. But Tim pointing out the absurdity of why they need it in the first place is hilarious. Like, yeah, if you come back from the military with shame, guilt, PTSD, maybe that's not just some random chemical imbalance. Maybe that's your soul not being able to handle what your government put you through. But don't worry, we've got a solution for the soldier with blues. Thanks to Rogan cashing in his favor for platforming Trump, now thousands of soldiers can get access to Ibogaine, the West African tree bark traditionally used in rituals, meant to act as a bridge to ancestors.
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go, man. Joe Rogan fucking did it, man. He saved humanity. This is what he called his favors in for.
How do you feel about killing today?
Well, I felt like a part of me died when I went through this 72-hour trip.
Right.
Then I did that to perhaps dozens, perhaps more people. So I was able to provide what I was able to experience.
This dude is like doing a super parody. He's not for real. He's not an I think he's just like the co-host, right?
So I see death as a liberation. So I have no qualms over the death I delivered to these people. And in some form or another, I'd like to deliver that again.
Unbelievable. So you feel comfortable today with killing on a level that maybe you've never felt before?
Absolutely.
So you believe right now you could go and just kill a woman in front of her children and not feel that sense of guilt or shame?
No shame, no guilt, no mercy, no hesitation. These were the things that...
Oh yeah, dude, got the munchies big time. It's definitely dinner time.
Were my problems.
Tim then takes it one step further and points out where this is obviously headed. Yeah, it'll help soldiers with PTSD, but it's not going to stop there. What about people who, like soldiers, have a similar kind of, let's call it, trauma? The people who did terrible things outside of combat and occasionally feel a little guilt, a little shame. What about them?
A friend of mine killed a family in a car. She was driving. She had a few glasses of wine, and she killed a family in a car because she was a person of means. And the family that she killed was not. It's not her fault. It's just the way things are. But it's haunted her. Like she says to me occasionally when she takes a walk on the beach, she'll think about it. I'm wondering if Ibogaine would help someone like her.
Undoubtedly would help them. I think incorporating this into the prison system, the military system, the school system we would create a radical shift that I think at this point in our culture with the way things are going would help everything.
And then we should just keep traumatizing each other and just Ibogaine it out. Wait, Ibogaine makes you lose? Is that for real?
That war hero is right. Why not just give it to everyone who feels shame or guilt? Why even bother fixing the root of the problem when you can just solve it with a root? Ibogaine. While it's fun to watch Tim Dillon take shots at Joe Rogan, most of the episode is actually focused on Palantir and the 22-point manifesto about kindly enslaving the human race. You look at the people behind it. One, a yeeted up supervillain, and the other's name is an anagram for the reptile. Oh, and he's really into Satan and the Antichrist.
Can we give Palantir the benefit of the doubt? Yes.
Oh, you're gonna eat cereal? Fuck. That sounds awesome. Dude, I can't remember the last time I had cereal. I should get cereal the next time I go to the grocery store. I used to love, like, late at night, getting, like, 3 bowls of cereal, just pour a bunch of milk in and just keep refilling it with cereal until I can't eat any more cereal anymore. I liked all the fun cereals. Dude, Captain Crunch. Haven't thought about that in a minute. Oh my God.
One of their, one of their founders is
Reese's
obsessed
Puffs,
with Satan.
yeah.
So we all have.
Golden Grams, yeah. That's the best binge eating, yeah, dude. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, dude. I love Raisin Bran Crunch. Oh, hell yeah.
The thing. And yes, the other one just said we're going to be in a war with every country on earth. Whatever. But I want to give them the fair shake. It does seem like they are going to make money from enslaving the human race and keeping it in a constant state of war. Just an observation from the outside. I'm no genius.
So if you're not aware of Peter Thiel's whole interest in the Antichrist, he's done a multiple-part series on it, which is a little strange coming from a guy who once hesitated when asked if the human race should even continue.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
And it looks like Palantir got its hooks in people like Joe Rogan and possibly Duncan Trussell. Duncan at one point was the guy warning Joe about people like Thiel. Then he goes to one of Thiel's Antichrist presentations and suddenly he's wearing a Palantir hat. And once you're in that circle, it gets a lot harder to criticize. Tim can do it because he's not in it. He turned Thiel down because he knows his audience would turn on him. But Joe's been to Thiel's house.
Bro, that's truly insane for Duncan Trussell to be a Peter Thiel Palantir stan.
Seems like they used the same playbook on Joe Epstein would to get people to visit the island, like Thiel used Eric Von Daniken to lure Joe. What's even crazier is 90% of you watching aren't subscribed.
Keep talking about the Nazi programs? You mean like the Lebensborn shit? I mean, these are products of that still. All these people.
Didn't you get invited to have lunch or something or dinner with Peter?
Yes, I said no.
Did you?
I said no. I'm a little wary of that circle of people. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying there's anything inherently evil about them, because obviously there's people in there. I don't know that I want to go to a dinner with someone who's going to talk endlessly about the Antichrist.
But yeah, you go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, of course.
And perform.
Of course.
I've been to Peter's house twice.
Yeah.
Been to his house. Yo! Oh my God. Did you get in the hot tub with him? Like Sam Altman? Let me know. Let me know.
I went once with dinner with Eric Weinstein. I forget who else. And then the second time he brought me in because they were going to have lunch with Eric Von Daniken.
Oh, the guy, the Chariots of the Gods.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh.
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah. I'm in. And I know so much about that.
Yeah.
So I was asking him all these questions.
I'm sure he's a very nice guy. Like Peter Thiel. People that
Is Duncan a faux simp? I don't think so. I mean, he defends Peter Thiel occasionally. It's weird, dude. I think Duncan Trussell got pulled in. He's part of the circle, so, you know, I think he has to. He has to get reined in.
He's a smart guy.
Excuse me, sorry.
I get invited to a lot of dinners and a lot of things. And what I try to do is I try to say to myself, I need to be able to criticize people and make fun of them.
Right.
So, it felt like really weird to go to this guy's house and then shit on him the next day.
Do you think that's part of the strategy of inviting you to go to places?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most
I think
likely.
so too.
But it doesn't work because I can't shut my mouth.
It's weird that Rogan always sticks up for the reptile. He doesn't own Spotify, but he was an early investor, and the Google says it's one of his most successful business ventures.
Peter Thiel was a fucking early investor in Spotify? Of course he was, dude. I'm so sick of Peter Thiel.
So people look at that, look at Rogan's deal, and assume the money flows downhill, maybe even with Duncan Trussell. And if they're not getting paid directly, then they're at least standing right next to a pretty obvious opportunity to. Tim always had an inkling that Palantir would start paying influencers.
This is good. They're going to start purchasing influencers. I'm telling you. This is the new way. It used to be the news media, but I've been doing interviews with the news media. They're retarded. It doesn't even work. Who the fuck's left in the news media? These people are broke. Anyone with half a degree of talent is on YouTube. These people can't make $1, the news media. They live on floors. I've been interviewing with these people. I mean, these people are beyond. No one's even buying them anymore. They're going to start buying up podcasters and YouTubers and whatever. When I lose every goddamn fan because I come on this show and I start talking about how the Palantir list is good for you. Well, the thing about the Palantir list, you got to look at it another way, the Palantir list. What's so bad about somebody knowing everything you've ever done?
Tim is either not taking the money or he's the greatest closeted plan.
The craziest part of their Palantir manifesto is the line that's like, we need to stop neutering Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. He's like, we need to bring glory back to the Reich.
Of all time, which to be fair would track. His fans already think he's the most closeted straight man alive, so he fits the long-term honeypot role perfectly. When the time comes, we'll know. Later in the episode, he actually gets into the manifesto. Number 1 is all about Silicon Valley, how tech companies owe their success to the US government and should give back, which translated sounds a lot like, the country's already been sold, now let's formalize it. Then you get more vague ones, like number 2. iPhones are great for humanity, but also bad. Really groundbreaking stuff.
Okay, number 2, we must rebel against the tyranny of the apps.
Whoops.
Is the iPhone our greatest creative, if not crown?
Oh no. They did an AI Erica. Oh no.
Shit. Get me the fuck out of here, bro. I got too much money on the line to be catching strays.
Oh, this is so cursed. The JD and Drewski Erica. Oh no.
What's good, lover boy? Acting surprised at that shooting? Exhausting. People calling my grief theater. It's called branding, okay? I'm just a helpless, submissive trad wife who happens to control a multi-million-dollar political slush fund. No big deal, right? And these affair rumors about us? Free PR, baby. I love the money, but I need a break. Look, with the shooting, I really didn't know what was going on. Times are tough for me too, okay? Suddenly I'm the fall guy for Hungary and the Iran talks. I'm just trying to lay low so Phil and I can map out my 2028 ascension. But hey, I have something to show you. Come with me. I can show you the world, baby.
Incredible.
You know, he plans on renaming it to the statue of Trump.
Our body, our choice. Our body, our choice. Our body, our
Oh my God! My eyes, it burns! Is that dog water? What the fuck? Nerds!
Sully them.
Did you just punch a bird?
Strait of Hormuz.
Look, the Strait of Hormuz. It should be open by now! This is exactly what I needed.
This is beautiful, dude.
I'm pregnant. Oh, fantastic. Hey, I saved the best view for last. I'm in a whole new world. Isn't it gorgeous? Hey, so what were you saying about being pregnant? I guess I flew too high. Whoops. Oh, shit. Get me the fuck out of here, bro. I got too much money on the line to be catching strays.
Someone said, I love that Drewski is canon. Bro, this is good. That's a really good one. Oh, man. Okay, we got to hurry up.
Achievement as a civilization, the object has changed our lives, but it may also be limiting and constraining our sense of the possible.
Yeah, dude, enjoy these videos because they're going to be illegal soon. We're not going to get any more funny yucks and no more Drewski whiteface and no more making fun of Erica specifically.
Okay. Now, by the way, you got to realize when it's like, this is Palantir. So it's, by the way, it's not like someone could make that point and say like, we need more community theater. And you'd be like, you know what I mean? Like, get off your phones and go outside, take a walk. That's not what they mean. That's not what they mean.
Who's not saying the Earth is great? The Earth is awesome.
The tyranny of the apps means we don't really like these things everybody's on popping shit about us all day.
Guy is the real deal.
That's what they mean about this tyranny of the app. Hey, we don't love these apps. Everybody keeps running their mouth. Who's this fucking idiot with the snuffleupagus running his mouth about us? We don't like this. Everybody's on these iPhones forming opinions about us. Not cool. Free email is not enough. The decadence of a culture or civilization, or indeed its ruling class, will be forgiven only if that culture is capable of delivering economic growth and security for the public. Okay, no problem with that. As it's stated, what does that mean? We don't know.
So Silicon Valley and the government, the two things currently destroying the world, now want to stop making apps and start building the next generation of weapons.
The question is not whether AI weapons will be built. Well, how lovely. That's nice. It is who will build them and for what purpose. Our adversaries will not pause to indulge in theatrical debates about the merits of developing technologies with critical military and national security implications. They will proceed. Here's what Palantir is saying with this, by the way, with all of these things. They're saying we are the actual government. You don't realize it now, but we are the actual government. We are your government. These congressmen and senators, the people that go on Real Time with Bill Maher, they don't even understand what we're doing. They don't matter, and we couldn't even explain it to them if we tried. So basically, whether you like it or not, we're the government, and if you don't like us, China's building these weapons. Palantir's not wrong. China is building these weapons. But Palantir is basically saying, whether you like it or not, we are the government. Us and companies like us are going to be making the decisions about the future. Your lives will be determined by us. They're not going to be determined by Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're not going to be determined by Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. They're going to be determined by the systems that we build, and we are going to build them. And that is the truth. And this is why they're coming out with a manifesto.
One of the reasons I think Rogan comes off like a gatekeeper for Peter Thiel is the point Tim makes about drones. If anyone ever mentions drones and Palantir on Joe Rogan, like Theo, the immediate response is always the same.
However, China's making drones.
So the manifesto's already off to a great start. Part 1 is basically Silicon Valley and the government merging into SuperGod. Part 2 moves into AI and future warfare, because of course it does. And Part 3 keeps the momentum going by floating a non-volunteer military, which is just a nicer way of saying you'll be voluntold to serve, much like the military of our pals in the Middle East.
National service should be a universal duty. We should, as a society, seriously consider moving away from an all-volunteer force and only fight.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't belong to the cucks. It's ours. We're going to have to reclaim it before shit gets right. Yeah, that's why I don't think that we are like a parasite on Earth. I think we are the Earth. We're definitely from the Earth. I think they want us to think that we're like aliens, but I don't think we are. I think we're literally mushrooms manifest, dude. Imagine our surprise when Blue Beam happens and the ETs just vaporize the cucks and leave everyone else alone. Bro, that would be sick. The cucks are cosmic pink eye. Yeah, for sure. That would be awesome. I hope the real aliens come and do untold shit to these Nazi cucks. All cucks. That's going to be the true awakening or whatever. The blue kachina. Come purify us. But yeah, we're definitely children of Guy. Dude, mushrooms coated this shit. I'm feeling it. Oh, best online viewers, get the fuck out of here, you little bitch.
The next war, if everyone shares in the risk and the cost. So what Palantir is saying here is we need to move into become a warlike society.
Yes.
We need to be a warlike Spartan society. Everybody should be doing national service. We're going to get into wars, and we're going to get into a lot of wars. And a lot of people are going to die. And that's just that. A peaceful era is not a possibility. We're not going to let it be a possibility. And these conflicts between these great powers are inevitable. And everybody's got to join the military, and a lot of people have to die. And that is point number 6, by the way. Point number 6. We're only 6. We're only 6 in. There's 22. Well, again, we want to give them a fair shake because they seem like nice people. I don't know why we wouldn't listen to childless tech billionaires who love Satan. And I guess Peter Thiel's adopted kids, so I'm not trying to say he doesn't have kids. I'm sure it's a happy family.
Oh, hell yeah. Black Death, you click that fucking link.
And not because they're gay either. I'm not saying gay people can't be good parents. I'm saying that, I don't know. Dad's going on about Satan again. Might get a little old.
So not only do these two guys back the manifesto, they're openly posting it like this is all normal. These are the two guys you don't really want shaping your day-to-day life. The reptile, a guy fascinated with the Antichrist and not exactly sold on humanity continuing. And then the Pinky and the Brain villain, who looks like he's yeeted out of his mind, whose technology has undoubtedly destroyed a church or two. These are the ones who preach against religious intolerance.
The pervasive intolerance of religious belief in certain circles must be resisted. The elite's intolerance of religious belief is perhaps one of the most telling signs of his political. By the way, these people want to live forever. They believe in, what do they believe in? What are they talking about? Wrapping tech in Christianity is one of the funniest things, and you have to be so stupid. You have to be one of the dumbest people in the world. All of these people want to live forever. They want to merge with AI. They want to become robots. Where's that in the Bible? They don't believe in any religion other than an element of control, because here's the reality. You're not getting life-extending technology. they're telling you you're joining the military. You're going to go die in the South China Sea. You're not going to live till 150. That's what they're going to do. You're not getting all the biohacking benefit. You're not getting any of that. So what they're basically saying is like, we need to wrap this in some type of Christian belief system, because America's largely a Christian country. And if we tell people that God wants this and that you can't question God, and that God wants more AI and God wants more humanoid robots. That's what God wants. He wants humanoid robots and AI, and he wants me to live forever, and he wants me to build a bunker.
It's kind of wild watching tech people try to wrap Christianity into AI. It seems like Till knows that what they are creating is the brain for their anti-human. Or how did the kids say it? Antichrist. That's why I think Rogan keeps pushing the whole Jesus could come back as AI. It's part of the narrative. And Rogan isn't dumb. He knows exactly how blasphemous...
And it's literally what he's hearing at Peter Thiel's fucking meetings. His little
that sounds to anyone with even a basic sense of theology. So the question becomes less, does he believe this, and more, why is this even being said out loud in the first place?
Joe Rogan
in the end,
a bitch.
we're all going to be in the military, own nothing, and be told it's all for our safety. And make sure to take your daily smile injection.
That's the Palantir thing, is that everybody's going to join the military. We're all going to fight a bunch of wars. We're going to make the country safe, but we're going to do it in a way that takes away most of your liberties, all of your personal autonomy and freedom. You're going to be, as soon as you're 18 years old, you'll be in the military. And you're going to fight who we want you to fight. You're going to do what we want you to do. The jobs available are going to be the ones we tell you you qualify for based on, again, these models that they're going to build, these predictive models. You're not going to have access to the healthcare, the biohacking, the longevity stuff, living forever. That seems to be the new obsession of the rich and wealthy, is to live forever. Life's not getting better. It's getting longer.
That's all I got.
That's true, dude. Yeah, bro. They want to outrun their sins. You can't outrun your sins, bitch.
Give me that old-time religion!
All right, boys. That'll do. That'll do. That's enough of that. One of my yoga teachers always says that for one of the breathing exercises. You always do it for a couple minutes at the start of class, and she always goes, all right, that's enough of that. Yeehaw! But yeah, dudes, all right, have a freaking good weekend. I got my race on Sunday. We're gonna come back victorious. Hopefully they don't cuck the weather. It looks like it's gonna be kind of cool, which will be nice. I just don't want any rain, because then I'm gonna be wet. I don't like being wet and cold. Yeah, I'll let you guys know how it goes on Sunday Fun Day. It's gonna be sick, I think. I think I am. I tried out those other shoes. I was walking around in them. I'm just gonna do the same shoes I've been running in. They're fine. It'll be great. But hell yeah, dudes. Breathe in. And out. What am I gonna have for frickin' dinner? Breathe in. And out. I might need some frickin' tacos. Not sure. Breathe in. I mean, if it's cold and it's wet, I will be out there. And breathe out. Yeah, cold, wet, and chafing. and glowing. All right, close your eyes, or let your gaze soften like you're watching a distant horizon. Take a slow breath in and out, like you're clearing space for something new. Now imagine a version of the world just a little ahead of this one. Not perfect, not utopia, just better in quiet ways. People are a little kinder, a little less rushed. You can feel it in the air like a soft hum. Now zoom out. You see lights across the planet, little glowing points. That's everyone here. All the Knitwitches and others like us, each one holding a small piece of that better world. No one has the whole answer, but together it starts to form a pattern. Imagine one small thing in your own life that feels lighter in this version. Maybe conversations are easier. Maybe you trust yourself more. Maybe you laugh quicker. Just one shift. Let that feeling settle in like it already happened, and take a breath in. Imagine that version of you just a step closer now. Not far away, not someday, just loading. All around the world, those little lights brighten, not exploding, not forcing anything, just steady growing. One more breath in. Hell yeah. And out. And when you're ready, come back slowly. The future doesn't arrive all at once. Wish it fucking did. It shows up in small choices, in quiet shifts, in people like you noticing it. Hell yeah, boys. What the fuck is up? Yeah, we got this. The cucks are sweating. Don't even worry about it. They're making little old teachers go and do school shootings or whatever. But have a good weekend, boys. We'll see ya
Who the fuck is Mike?
Sunday.
Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max Assault. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house.
Oh, we can listen
Bureau
to
of
Paul take
Instacucks
an L.
instigating us to fight, but we caught on now, boys. And guess what?
What?
We gon' be alright once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to telltale on all these Rothschild bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies.
What do you think, guys?
Trying to
Tacos?
terrorize.
Bunch of fake ass false light fallacies, like that bombing in OKC, like that shooting at Pulse, baby, like that siege at Waco,
please,
like them bombing the Boston streets, like the towers in NYC.
Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Did he just get kirked?
Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk?
Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our
No scope 360s.
Like Tyler Robinson. Hey Paul, where'd he go?
Where?
He's gone like Paul Weissopel.
He's not available.
Pick up chump and give me a call. We're just laughing at you and
laughing at you. No more tears for this
shit. Laughing at you.
We don't have any more tears for this shit.
We just be laughing at you.
How many cats you got, Paul?
If it's less than 3, then you a
bitch.
You know cat have an ass loser.
Dork.
We know you ain't Curtis Sliwa rich.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Paul is a
Trauma Max is all trauma left it all. They all worship all. It's all because of Paul. We gon' be alright, Paul. I don't even really wanna fight Paul. Can't we get along like all the Pauls do? The kids really fake and the feds reproduce. If you hear Paul say he's not Tim McVeigh, no, there's no way that's true. Human meat in our food might make me puke, but we gon' be alright, dude. Paul just hit no scope 360. Was at a mall called Milk Creek. Black Dad was with me, yeah. Black Dad was with me. Catdad was filming. Thought it was the best clip we got until Paul came for the spot. Bro, like, okay, see when this drop.
Bye, Paul. We got you, Paul. We gon' be alright.
Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat.
Ooh, nachos.
Suck my ass. I'm McVay with a pressure cooker.
Kiss our butt.
I made Aunt Deb their pusher.
Loser.
Paul's a good neighbor. She made him beg for sugar. Never paid for crime. Least he pays for hookers. McVay's alive, hiding in caves with Elvis. Kathy was who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers. One of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents. Guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse. River sticks accepts crypto. Back for war. Stop that shit. Pepto-Bismol. Paul's the new Jesus. We're hoping you were honest. I'm Tim's brother, Tommy McVay.
Bombing away.
The explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is
honestly
gay. Paul, release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crossing underneath the ladder. Late American terrorists with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. There's no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but
still hit none?
Slackjaw Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when you dig up the empty grave? Dance first, Paul. Grace the empty stage.
Little cuck.
The time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds.
Federal agents.
Everywhere we look, admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel so tired.
I'm dead. Amen, bro. All right. Good night, dudes. We'll freaking see you, boys. We'll be back on Sunday. We'll have Paul take his L on Sunday. All right. Have a good freaking weekend. I love you all. Be safe. Don't let the Fed bugs bite. Ever. Okay? Come here, Squeak. Say goodnight. Oh, he ran away. Come here, you little cuck. No, he's too far. All right, boys. Ta-ta. See you Sunday. Have a great weekend. Go do something fun. You know what? You can do something that I wouldn't do. Do whatever you want. What does Aleister Crowley say? Do what thine wilt. Yeah, purge it out this weekend, okay? No, I'm just kidding. All right, bye, boys. Ta-ta. Atuta.